Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tribute is entitled The Grand Speaker Low. There was a Grand Speaker on Parliament Hill, of very short stature, yet a giant still. Legislator of 44 years, what's the toll? An employ most replete, and one of behold. Parlance sweet in oration, than in address to the nation. Servitude of aplomb, excellence, far beyond. He was witty, insightful, his execution delightful. Most gentle and kind, those of us we did find. If one dared to provoke through bad speak or bad joke, unleashed was a lion that met bad action with triumph. It was down with the gavel, or from the house you might travel. Then returned the gentleman through the house, calm again. At the end of all sessions, in Speaker Low fashion, food and libations, occasions most festive. For he was Grand Speaker of high parliamentary command. But let's not forget Speaker Low, the man, husband, brother, father, a phenomenal friend, dedicated for always to the PLP Green, a loyalty deep and oh so pristine. Through all his self-sacrifice, he put first family and wife. For him, not a challenge. Duty accepted and relished. An exceptional role model for all to follow. His indelible imprint, a guide for our stint. Speaker Low, thanks goes to you as we bid you adieu. A sweet sorrow imparts from deep down in our hearts. This man amongst men, Speaker Low, so grand amongst men, as we know. For me, he was Stanley, my friend. And that goes out to the family, and I believe they're listening, and they will be listening to everyone as they speak of the great Speaker Low, who they knew and came to love, and who all of Bermuda knew and came to love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Virgo. And the next person who I'd like to, I'm going to acknowledge Deputy Speaker, or Premier, are you on there? Deputy
I am ready, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Premier said.
I can follow the Deputy Speaker. I'm following that, sir.
Beg pardon? I wasn't sure your back is that.
I'm fine to follow the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Deputy, the Premier is giving way to you if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. You're such a gentleman, and I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, on May 22nd, 1968, Martin Luther King was killed. That same date, on May 22nd, 1968, we had an election, our first under universal adult suffrage. In that year, what we call the 68 class, Stanley Low was elected at the age of 30. He joined many other greats such as Reggie Boyles, Austin Thomas, Lewis Brown Evans, Dame Lewis Brown Evans, Dr. Barbara Ball, Roosevelt Brown, former leader Freddie Wade, Eugene Cox, and surviving members Walter Roberts and Stanley Low. Stanley Morton, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lowe worked at the Bank of Butterfield for many years. And because of his stance and his position in joining and running for the Progressive Labor Party, he suffered quietly. I can tell you at least two people, employees of the Bank of Butterfield, Julia Juju Dawn and Stanley Lowe, never bent for any of the exploits of the white supremacists at the bank at that time. Mr. Speaker, today I am indebted, like many others, to people like Stanley Lowe, who, because of his fight to eradicate the injustices of the day, I live in a better Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lowe, who probably one of the longest serving, if not the longest serving member of Parliament, 44 consecutive years, probably the longest serving speaker for 14 years, definitely the first black longest speaker. He served with honor in this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so appreciative of Mr. Lowe's family for letting him serve us and fight for us. He paid the economic penalty by belonging to the Progressive Labor Party and losing a lot of income to the detriment of all those around him. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank his family for letting Stanley Lowe serve us and put us in a better Bermuda today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now I recognize the Premier. Are you still there, Premier?
Mr. Speaker, I am here, yes.
You would like to?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I would like to share with the Honorable House a letter of condolence which was sent to the family of the late Speaker.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To err is human, to forgive divine.
Yes.
Alexander Pope, an essay on criticism, part 2. With these well-known words, the former Speaker, Stanley Lowe, often calmed flaring tempers in debates. He was a natural in the Speaker's chair and possessed perhaps the most important quality for the post: patience. Perhaps after 30 years of service in 1998, there wasn't much he hadn't seen, and as such, he came to the office schooled in the cut and thrust debate and knowing just how far to pursue an argument. It was a fitting tribute to his service and the achievement of an even higher plane of success that the change election of 1998 began a tenure of some 14 years of his speakership. To be sure, there were late nights, controversial rulings, and on occasions when even his gentle demeanor was tested. But with grace and good humor, he stayed true to his oath that he would be an impartial speaker. However, even Stanley Lowe's impartiality had its limits. It is well known that his allegiance to his Southampton roots was unwavering. And for 44 years, the people of Southampton East were ably served by a true native son. He and the late Reginald Burroughs comprised the most formidable set of running mates in Bermudian politics. They both knew the people and were equally at ease at Southampton Rangers as at Government House. As a family, we can only imagine the pride you felt in him, and we came to know the pride he felt in you. As a husband, father, grandfather, and brother, this man of small stature swelled with joy in those moments he chose to share with others his profound love for his family. As you mourn, do so with comforting memories of his public sacrifice and private triumphs. The line that precedes this best-known part of Pope's phrase perhaps best summarizes the life and service of Stanley Lowe. And I quote, "Good nature and good sense must ever join," end quote. So it was with Speaker Lowe, whether on a Hamilton Street corner holding court, in the precincts of his beloved Southampton Rangers, or presiding from the Speaker's chair. Good nature and good sense were indeed ever joined. On behalf of the government and people of Bermuda, I am humbled to express sincere condolences to his entire family. I count it an honor to have known him and pause to recognize the passing of another of those men and women whose toil and labor built the foundation on which this modern Bermuda stands. Wishing you peace and comfort.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. I'll now recognize the opposition leader. Honourable member, would you like to make your comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to kick off this by saying, on behalf of the One Bermuda Alliance, our deepest condolences to the Lowe family. My mother speaks of fond memories from when they were very young, and the many wonderful times that she and he and many of their friends had together while they were in school. But I would like to extend that condolences also to the PLP family. I know that this is a devastating loss for someone who has, as we have already heard from three different speakers, the magnitude and the depth that former Speaker Lowe contributed to this island. He stands for leadership that is honorable, that speaks to the impartiality, as many have spoken to already. I can recall for myself as a newcomer into politics, I believe I was involved only a year, and then of course there was a change of government when we won the election. But I wanted to say that the conversations I had with the speaker were very fond. I found him to be extremely fair, always looking for opportunity to improve the plight of Bermudians. And so for such a stature within the PLP government, I know that this is a tough loss. And I would encourage new members as they come along, if they are to look to any heroes on how to conduct themselves as an MP, I would certainly direct them towards the life that Speaker Stanley Lowe contributed to Bermuda in his public service. So on behalf of our team, we want to again say our condolences, and we want to also say to his family, thank you. Thank you for allowing him to contribute so much to the benefit of Bermuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. I would like to call on Minister Keynes. Minister Keynes, would you like to make your contribution? Minister? Tell you what, MP Swan, are you at your mic? Okay, Minister, now we see. Okay, Minister, there you go. Minister, you have your 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize to speak at some future point, please, as well. Thank you.
When I think of the late speaker, the Honorable Stanley Lowe Jr., the words that come to my mind is true duty as the needle is the bow. You heard that he is the longest serving MP at 44 years, the first black Speaker of the House for 14 years. He has contributed greatly to our society, to the fabric of how we live. Today is a day where we reflect on a number of things in our community, the ending of World War II. And as a reflection on that today, I thought of the forebearers in our country that relate to politicians in the sphere now. And Mr. Lowe has been an example, a shining light, a code for all of us that in the Progressive Labour Party, in politics, on that for he has served our country. I have the privilege to also be a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Mr. Lowe was our brother and is now going to make a check. On behalf of my family, my fraternity brothers, I would like to wish his family our deepest condolences. Many of us were saddened because of shelter in place and regulations surrounding the post shelter in place. We're not able to attend our brother's school and we lamented the fact that we could not out enforce because of the regulations. We know that it's going to be an opportunity for us to memorialize it appropriately and look forward to the time when, as ministerial colleagues, parliamentary colleagues, as clerical colleagues, and just everyday believers, we can get together to show his family and his constituents and everyone in the political sphere how much we love and appreciate him. He is a giant among men. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Gaines. And I think MP Pavlin, would you like to make your contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my personal condolences, notwithstanding that our leader has done it on behalf of our team. But I wanted to just recount a personal experience with the former Speaker. And I came to Parliament in 1999, some 31 years after the honourable former member actually was first elected to Parliament. So he had a little bit more experience than I did, I would say. And as time went on, Mr. Speaker, in the mid-2000s, we had a situation in which I actually chaired the Public Accounts Committee. And I believe you may be familiar with this particular reference to which I'm about to make right now, Mr. Speaker, in which as chair of that committee, at a time when that committee met in camera rather than in public, there was an article in the newspaper concerning a matter that was under the deliberation of the PAC. And of course, I, as the member, as the chair of that committee, was accused of being responsible for taking the private dealings of the PAC to the public in form of the Mid-Ocean News, I believe it was at the time. And I said I did not do it. And I was called into the office of the Speaker, who said to me, I told him I didn't do it. And he said, well, I think we have to ferret out the mole. And I said, no, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to fix the problem. With that said, fast forward, I ended up being accused in Parliament in a banter backwards and forwards with members of the then government and me in opposition, saying I did not make this comment. And the argument back and forth became so heated that the Speaker ejected me from the House. Why he heard my voice over anybody else's, I don't know. But I accept the fact that he was non-biased, as has been articulated. But he heard my voice and he ejected me. But the words with which the Premier commenced the letter to his family, when I was allowed to return to Parliament with the necessary apology to the Speaker, having completed my apology, the Speaker said, Miss Gordon-Pamplin, to err is human, to forgive is divine. And so I've been the personal recipient of that. I'm appreciative of the times that I've spent in Parliament with the Honourable former Speaker at the helm of the Parliament, and obviously for the entire time from the time I came in 1999 until we took over the government in 2012, he actually held that position. So to his family, I again would like to echo the thoughts and the sentiments being expressed to his family of lending him to us, lending him for the period of time that he was able to serve us. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to extend my condolences to that family because they did have a double whammy around the same time. So I would like to know that they are all in my thoughts and my prayers. And I thank you again for lending the Honourable former Speaker Stanley to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'd now like to recognize the Honourable Member Swan. Are you still the Honourable Member?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, condolences must go out to the family of the late Stanley Lowe. Two of my mother's siblings, Irvin B. Hall and Rose Rayner, married into the Honorable Stanley Lowe's family. His Aunt Vilma Lowe Hall was my Aunt Vilma. His cousin Sheridan Rayner was my Uncle Sheridan. And this speech, Mr. Speaker, is in celebration of a life well lived by the Honorable Stanley Lowe, whose tenure is historic on many levels. The Bermuda House of Assembly was founded in 1620, and the passing of the Honorable Stanley Lowe OBE JP in 2020 punctuates this historic milestone as we prepare to celebrate 400 years. The Honorable Stanley Lowe JP OBE JP served from 1968 to 2012, remains the longest serving member of parliament in Bermuda during the modern era since the introduction of the Bermuda Constitutional Order of 1968. In 1998, the Honorable Stanley Lowe became Bermuda's 55th Speaker and made history by becoming the first Black person to hold that office in 378 years. Prior to that, the Honorable Stanley Lowe was the first opposition Progressive Labor Party member to be elected Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly. Stanley Lowe, the man, hailed from a family of trailblazers. His father, George Lowe, uncles Earl Lowe and Reverend Vernon Lowe were among the great Black Gulf trailblazers, along with Herman Tushy Bascom, Earl Anderson, Leonard Jones, Bill Pitt Sr., and of course, Louis Raphael Kid Corbin, who helped break down the forbidden doors of segregated Gulf in Bermuda and North America. His mother, Ms. Ivy Scott Lowe, raised 18 children who became productive citizens, and her nephew, the Honorable Alexander Scott, would become Premier of Bermuda. According to Premier Scott, Vernon Temple AME Church during the tenure of Reverend Foster had a positive impact on those young folks. Speaker Lowe and his political running mate, the late Reginald A. Boris, my cousin, both attended the historic AME Educational Institution, Wilberforce University in Ohio, along with Mrs. Sheila Boris, widow of the late R.A. Boris. Together, they were a formidable team. Stanley Lowe represented the common man of Southampton East and the Southampton Rangers Sports Club proudly, and he will stand in history with his deliberate diction and fondly remember one of his favorite quotes, is human, to forgive, divine. Mr. Speaker, I want to say and offer my deepest condolences to the family of the late Stanley Lowe, a great man who stood tall for what he stood for. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Swan. The next member I have on the list today would be Honorable Member Dunkley. MP Dunkley, like that's your contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honor and a privilege to serve in Parliament. And for the many years that I was privileged to serve with Stanley Lowe, it's only fitting that we pay tribute to a very good human being who passed away after many, many years of service in the House of Assembly. If he could tell his memories, it would be listening experience for sure. You know, sitting on different sides of the aisle, even changing sides of the aisle, you have many differing views. You have many similarities, but the differing views of your party strike to the very core, the fundamental of the policies and the politics you try to put forward. But one thing that I always appreciated and respected greatly about Stanley Lowe OBE was that he was always very respectful. And no matter what he did, he was respectful. Another thing that I always found very interesting about the former speaker was he had a laugh that was unique. I recall the first time I heard it in the House of Assembly, it stopped me in my tracks for a minute because it's not the typical laugh, but it was a unique laugh who it garnered the attention of everyone in the room. And certainly I look forward to the opportunity every time we came to the House to hear him opine in his way. Not only did he use his laugh to subdue some of those people in the House from time to time, but he used his unique way of discipline in the House. He didn't discipline with an iron hand. He always listened and then he reacted. I recall one time at the end of a session, former Speaker Lowe had left, had called the debate to an end, and I wished to speak on the motion to adjourn. And I was a bit upset because he didn't recognize me, probably because I was just out of his eyesight in the corner there. And I said something that was caught on the mic. And I knew that he probably heard it because he glanced over his shoulder when he walked out. And I knew that when we came the next Friday, he would probably ask me to apologize for the comment or to explain it. So I showed up late on purpose to see if he would forget. Well, he didn't forget, and he wasn't even in the chair. But shortly after I sat down, he returned to the chair, and that was the first order of business. He had a unique way about him in many ways, and it was effective. For the 44 years he served in Parliament, it was very clear that not only did he have many family members in the old Southampton East, but those who weren't family, he converted to his family. And that says a lot about the measure of the man. So, Mr. Speaker, to the PLP family, but more importantly to his large family, I send my condolences on behalf of my family to former Speaker Lowe, a man who certainly has left his stamp on our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP Dunkley. The next member I'll call on would be the Deputy Premier. Deputy Premier, would you like to make a contribution? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in tribute to the late former member and late Honorable Speaker of the House, Stanley Lowe. Certainly my experience with Mr. Lowe will go back to the late 80s, as I, as a younger person, ventured into the area of politics out of genuine curiosity and interest in the country, and it's difficult to have not ensured that when you're in the PLP family that certainly Mr. Lowe was one of the eminent members of the opposition that you would need to make acquaintance with. He was a senior member of the team. He had been there since '68. So he was part of the eminent group, as has been referenced already by the Deputy Speaker, who helped shape the first PLP 10, who came into Parliament after the constitutional order and democratic Parliament was established. So he clearly is one of the eminent members of the legislature who helped to shape Bermuda's democratic process in its very early stages and participated fully in that process. He not only shaped that process, but he helped to shape also the PLP as it prepared itself to participate in this new Bermudian system that had been established in an effort to ensure that the rights of so many people, particularly for him, the people of Southampton East, and in general Bermuda, were represented. It has been clearly referenced that he, as a young Bermudian at that time, would have faced significant challenges with employment, with opportunity, and the likelihood, I'm sure we all would admit, is that a young Black Bermudian male, educated as he was, would not have seen much progress with their professional career, representing the PLP, representing the interests of workers, in opposition to an establishment that at that point in history, had no time for such representations being made, certainly wasn't interested in giving any PLP member an opportunity to grow and prosper in a Bermuda. It was clear but he and others of that generation of '68 did not deter their efforts. And I was always inspired by the work of Mr. Lowe. He, certainly me as a younger member of the PLP, always welcomed my presence and never deterred me inquiring with him about any matters concerning politics or the community. He clearly was one of the most learned members of the legislature due to his constant efforts in understanding the legislative process and eventually becoming deputy speaker and, of course, the speaker. And our first Black Bermudian speaker certainly is a recognition at which he deserves to be continued to refer to in the annals of history. I will miss him because he was a kind and gentle man. He was a formidable parliamentary performer. And though he may not have sat in cabinet or in other participatory roles, he clearly helped to shape our democracy. And we are all better for it. So I will miss Mr. Lowe, MP Lowe, Speaker Lowe. I will miss him in the PLP, as I know all of the PLP family and his own family of Southampton and throughout Bermuda will as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The next honorable member on the list this afternoon would be Minister of Education. Minister, would you like to make a contribution?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Mr. Speaker, my comments are coming from a different perspective, coming from my position as the International District Director for Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity. Brother Lowe was initiated into Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity on the campus of Wilberforce University Xi chapter in February 20th, 1957. He also happened to attend Wilberforce with another PLP stalwart and Alpha member, Wilbur Larry Lowe. And I'm sure those two had some hijinks when they were in college as well, for what he told me, what both of them told me. But Brother Lowe exemplified what is known to be a man of Alpha and has seen many men come before and after him, but he has continuously held up the motto of manly deeds, scholarship, and love of all mankind at all times. His current politicians, such as Minister Wayne Keynes and myself, Whip Lawrence Scott, and Premier David Burt, who are members of the fraternity, and other members of Bermuda, are in mourning as we laid our dear brother to rest earlier this week. His 44 years as a member of Parliament and 14 years as Speaker are markers that will probably never be seen again or surpassed by anyone who sits in these honorable chambers. His stature in Bermuda and his love of country has always been well documented. His exploits will not be forgotten. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha in Bermuda and the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha around the world, I would just like to read the following tribute to our brother departed. And it goes like this. Alpha brothers gather around, make our praise resound. Of this brother whose labors are now crowned. His good deeds have been blessed. Commend them through each test. To Omega, our sweet chapter of rest. And with that, I just want to say rest in peace, Brother Lowe, and his family have the condolences and the support of the brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Island Law. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Minister. The next person on the list is the MP, Honorable Member Commission. Honorable Member, would you like to make your contribution?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Right here.
And thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I would like to firstly start off by offering condolences to the family of Mr. Llewellyn Shaq Todd. He is the brother of...
Mr. Christian, let me stop you. Today, we will actually do condolences only for the former speaker. If you don't have comments for the former speaker, I'm going to move on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I just got back in the house, and you know, you're perfectly right. I was at the meeting when we discussed that, and my apologies to you and the House, and I was going to come back to that. Now, I will speak and offer my condolences to Mr. Todd. Mr. Lowe, the Speaker of the House, and he was always, as described, a very kindly man, as being his chief characteristic, and a giant, despite his diminutive size or stature. But in the minds of the voters of Paget East and PLP voters and others, he stood tall. Mr. Lowe was always very supportive of me and my work in part of our movement and political party. My time as with the deputy, we both kind of found ourselves during that early to mid 90s period, finding you there, Mr. Speaker, as well, to begin our work at this level. And Mr. Lowe was very, very supportive of me. And so he is going to be deeply missed, but particularly to all the family up in Southampton East from that supported him and upon which he worked so hard for, no less for Bermuda in general. I know their hearts are heavy, especially with also the passing of his brother. And I just want to associate with all the welcome comments that came from members of this House to give proper tribute to the great Mr. Stanley Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Commission. Thank you, Mr. Commission. Next member we have on this morning to get the afternoon to give a contribution is the member, honorable member, Mr. Scott, Mr. Michael Scott. Honorable member. Are you there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I, in paying tribute to former Speaker Lowe, adopt the stirring and kind words of tribute spoken a moment ago by Speaker Lowe's friend, Minister Furgo, and the words of our Premier in his letter to the family. They clearly, Mr. Speaker, capture the affections and respect and adoration that Stanley Lowe was held by the PLP family. When sharing, as I did on April 26th of this month, the death of Speaker Stanley Lowe with former premiers of the party, Dame Jennifer, former Premier Paula Cox, former Premier Dr. Ewart Brown. I didn't have to contact former Premier Alex Scott because I know that our party whip were always in communication about Stanley's passing. As I did so, Mr. Speaker, what I did notice was that there was an equal response of sadness to the death of Stanley Lowe by these former premiers, by members of my branch, Mrs. Shirley Foster, Mr. Clifford Russell. And it just reflects the level of both respect, adoration, and affection we all held former Speaker Lowe in. And so I know that it is going to be, and it is never hard to capture the essence of a truly good man. This parliamentary strategist and this gentleman who was a committed community representative for Southampton and a fighter for justice. So Stanley Lowe's contribution on these fronts, Mr. Speaker, were unparalleled. And I join my colleagues in expressing my personal sadness at this loss and offering my firm condolences to his wife and to the children. We should all remember the twinkle in Stanley Lowe's eye, and yet his capacity, Mr. Speaker, to fight for justice in this country. So I thank you for the opportunity to give us word of tribute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. The next member on the list would be the Minister Simmons. Minister Simmons, would you like to make a contribution at this time?
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Bermuda. I have so much respect, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to pay tribute to this giant of a man. I think that when you think of someone who made the bold step of joining the Progressive Labor Party in the 60s and served throughout the entire period, except for the period after 98 in opposition, it is a sacrifice that few people probably understood. The pay was far, far, far lower than what we make now. The penalties, even though many still exist today, were far stronger in terms of economic displacement and the blackballing of the day. But he took the sacrifice, served that period in opposition, and to us, I think that every Bermudian owes him a debt of thanks for making that sacrifice, and thank his family for sharing him with us. When my father was elected in 1980, the late speaker was a phenomenal mentor to him, and the first advice is they sat next to each other in Parliament the first term and my father was elected, and he provided a tremendous amount of guidance because the first advice he gave to him, know the rules, and he stressed that, and he coached and mentored my father and many other younger PLP MPs who came through at that time on the rules of the House, and it helped in no small part to make the Progressive Labor Party a formidable opposition. Mr. Speaker, I only had one incident with the Speaker when in my former political life in opposition when he threw me out of the House one late night at about 2 a.m. And I have to say, I don't remember why, but I'm sure it was justified. And the next day he called me and he says, look, Simmons, you had the devil in you last night. I had to send you home. And I said, well, you were probably right. And so we had a good laugh about that. But he was very fair, very firm, and his command of the rules of the House was impeccable. And he was able to maintain a jovial manner that commanded respect. We all owe him a tremendous debt. We owe a tremendous debt to his family for allowing him to give him the opportunity to be the trailblazer that he was for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. MP Moniz, would you like to make your contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess together with yourself, Mr. Speaker, I go back the farthest of the present members of the House of Assembly with Stanley Lowe.
Yes.
I remember, and you will remember, I'm sure, on that fateful day on the 5th of November, 1993, when he was elected as Deputy Speaker. And that was a first in Bermuda, where we had a speaker who was from the ruling party, at that time the United Bermuda Party. And the Deputy Speaker elected was a PLP member. And that was my first day in the House of Assembly. You were already there in the House, Mr. Speaker. Yes. My first day in the House of Assembly on the 5th of November, 1993. And on my first day, I broke with the UBP. I broke with the whip of my own party, and I voted for Stanley Lowe to be the Deputy Speaker. And that was a success. And that's when we had Speaker Dukudo and Deputy Speaker Stanley Lowe. And of course, it was the right decision for me, and I always believe in bipartisanship. And so we had a speaker from the ruling party and a deputy speaker from the opposition party. And what a deputy speaker he was. He had such a wealth of experience going back to 1968. And as Mr. Speaker, as other members have said, he had the most wonderful sense of humor. He could take the heat out of any situation. He was a man, as far as I knew, without any rancor. Whatever anger he had quickly passed. As the honorable member who spoke before me said, you were quickly forgiven for transgressions, but he would draw you up, he would point out your mistake, then he would have a good laugh with you, and you would move on. And there would be no grudges. He was a wonderful member of Parliament. I knew one of the members. I know he had many siblings. I think there were about 18 of them in total. And I knew his brother, Addison, who passed away some years ago, who worked for the Bermuda Bakery before I knew Stanley. But they are a marvelous family. I want to send my condolences to everyone and said that he was a real history maker in Bermuda Parliament. And it's amazing that he served for so many years. And I don't think anyone could remember a moment when he behaved in a manner that lacked integrity. He was a real role model to all of us. He was certainly a role model to me for many years. I had the best of relationships with him while we served together and after he retired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The next honorable member on the list is MP Famous. MP Famous, would you like to make your contribution? MP Famous?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, you often hear the term going a good line in length, member. Stay on that line in length. I often wondered from whence this term originated. So I did a little research.
I found out a good line in length ensure that you knock on every door in your constituency for over 40 years. A good line in length will ensure that you're the obvious choice to be the first black speaker in Bermuda. I did some more research and I found out a good line in length will ensure that you mentor the next generation of speakers, even if somehow they're all from the West, but you're still on a good line in length. A good line in length would have persons in faraway places constantly asking, how is Speaker Lou? So I think if now there was a definition of the good line in length, you can look at Speaker Lou. So, Mr. Speaker, the next time, I know probably will be today, that you tell an honorable member you were on a good line in length, get back on it, you should consider it an honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Famous. Mr. Terrell, would you like to make your contribution?
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it always seems so small for me to follow the tributes, certainly from Minister Fogo and then Premier Burt. But I'd like to certainly join in the condolences to the family of our departed speaker. But I came into contact with him during my early days of football administration. During those days, I wouldn't say Southampton Rangers were a powerhouse on the field, but they were meetings because they were well represented by his running partner, Reg Bars. And so I got to learn a lot from him at that time. I found him a very gentle person. Whenever he saw me, whether it was on the street or anywhere, he'd always have a kind word for me. And more especially if I was with my wife, Sheila, his smile just went, he would put all his attention to her, totally forgetting that he was talking to me. But that was the sort of person that he was. And he was very encouraging to me when I became a senator, and always said to me, I look forward to seeing you up on the Hill. And when I did finally make it on the Hill, he was one of the first to congratulate me as an MP. And as I said before, I heard someone else say it, he said to me, try and learn the rules of the House and you will have a good time. So I certainly found him a very good mentor, certainly as far back as I said, my football days. And during my time in the House, I came very late for him to be under him at any time. But he would always, as I said, when we were on the street, he would give me some advice, and I certainly will miss him for that. I, again, offer my condolences to his entire family. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Terrell. Does any other member wish to speak who I may not have recognized by the indication on the chat?
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Like Minister De Silva?
Yes, sir, it is. How are you today?
I'm good. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd certainly like to join everyone with the great words for a great man and our passing colleague, Stanley. Mr. Speaker, of course, I had the good fortune of having to try to fill his hefty shoes, as you know, in constituency 29, after having had to fill the hefty shoes of Reggie Burrows before him. So I had the tough job of fulfilling the roles of two icons in the political arena, especially within the Progressive Labour Party and, of course, our beloved Southampton. So whilst I have tried and will continue to try, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I'll ever reach the lofty heights that RB and Stanley attained. Enough has been certainly said about his mannerisms, his professionalism, his wit, his firmness, his fairness, and I can only echo those sentiments. So to a good friend, to his family, and I know a lot of his family, I was very disappointed in not being able to attend the service, which was held this week. Took a lot for me not to go because of the social distance rules, but I felt as the minister, I think I had to set an example. And you know better than most, Mr. Speaker, the size of his family. And I just felt it was best to leave as much space for his family as I possibly could. And we'll certainly give him his due. That is so very much deserved, and will be done in the future. But whilst I have the floor, so to speak, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to send condolences out to some other folks in Sunnyside Park over the last 2 weeks. We've had the misfortune of losing.
Speaker, Minister, today is just a recognition to the former speaker. So if you've made your remarks, I'm going to move on to the next speaker.
Okay, all right, Mr. Speaker, that's fine. Well, you know what? I would have run out of time, so it's just as well that I saved this time for them next week.
Thank you. The next member who's indicated I'd like to speak is General Member Smith, Honorable Member Ben Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join in the condolences to the family of former Speaker Lowe. As someone who grew up in Southampton, I remember clearly having him knock on the door and spend long hours sitting in my living room talking to my father as I was a youngster in the house, and seeing the way he interacted with everyone in the family, and obviously being in Southampton for my whole life, I got to see him all the time. I also went to Port Royal School with his children, so it's a really sad day, and I really wish condolences to all of them. It's a big loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to make a contribution at this time before we move on? Any other member? Before we move on, I'd just like to add a few remarks myself. And as it has been indicated, I'm probably the person who serves the longest back since Mr. Lowe. And I can say that when I came into Parliament in 1989, I was met by the team of those from 1968 who were what I call the tail raisers who helped to make it possible for where we are today. And Mr. Lowe was quite the formal part of that team. He was one who was very warm and greeting to you, and provided, as others have said, you will do well if you understand the rules, get to know the rules, get comfortable with what is required for you to do in this chamber, and you'll be successful in delivering what has to be done here. And Mr. Lowe passed, Speaker Lowe passed, Mr. Swan, MP Swan, with his radio talk show, contacted me the Sunday evening and said, can you put some time aside tomorrow to appear on the show just so we can make a few tributes to his former speaker? I said, of course, I'll make some time available. And we came on the next day, and I was expecting that maybe I'd be on for an hour or two. As you know, it ran for 4 hours. 4 hours, and it was amazing the love that was being expressed towards Mr. Lowe from all different sectors of this community of people who were just calling in to reflect on the value of the man that they knew, the value of the man that they interacted with. And for the whole time that we were on the airwaves, the phones just kept lighting up with people wanting to add their contributions. When we ended the show, we could have stayed for another few hours because the lines were still very much alive and people wanted to call in and add their contribution. But Mr. Lowe, has been said, has been probably the longest serving parliamentarian that we'll see in this era, but he served at all times with dignity. He served with respect, and he was one of those who didn't necessarily demand respect. He gave respect and got respect back because of the type of individual that he was. And short in stature, but very large in personality, very large in the way he received and delivered the message that he had to deliver. And those of us who sat with him in the opposition back then today, we can remember Stanley rising to his feet and sometimes starting on a slope. But when he hit his mark, it was as if he was in a pulpit. And he was there with a real sermon to deliver. And in that sermon was a message of wealth, of knowledge, of food for thought, and wisdom of a man who was not afraid to speak what had to be said, not afraid to take on the challenge that was before us at that time. And like all of us said thus far, it's saddened that he passed during this time when we couldn't have gathered and given him the respect of a funeral that a man of his stature required, but it's a time to live under. But even though we weren't able to gather in that way, I know we all stood shoulder to shoulder with his family during this time as they have a double sorrow of losing his brother as well. And I just want my personal condolences on behalf of myself and my family to be amongst all those that have been said here this afternoon. And members, I thank you for your contribution, and we'll bring our condolences to a close at this time and move on to the next order on the order paper. With that said, the next matter is matters of privilege. There are none. Personal explanations. There are none. Notice of motions for adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. There are none. Introduction of bills. I believe we have 2 bills to be introduced today. The first is in the name of the Deputy Premier. Deputy Premier, would you like to introduce your bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. Development and Planning Draft Bermuda Plan Extension Act 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The second bill today is in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Second, Speaker. Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. National Pension Scheme, Occupational Pension.
Thank you. Thank you. No other bills? We'll move on now. We'll move on now to the next item. And we'll move on now to there are no other bills, opposition bills, no private members bills. There's a notice of motion. I believe the notice of motion is in the name of the Premier. Premier, would you like to introduce your motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that at a later point in the meeting, under orders of the day, I will move the following motion. That this Honorable House take note of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Continuing Precautions Regulations 2020.
Thank you. That brings us to the orders of the day. And just now, the National Pension Scheme was introduced by the Minister of Finance. For the listening audience, on rare occasions, we have the agreement of both houses to do a matter in all 3 of his readings in one sitting rather than have it tabled and then come back on another day for it to be dealt with second and third reading. Today, we have such matters before us, where the agreement has been that the matter will have its first, second, and third reading done today. With that said, I'll call on the Minister of Finance to introduce the matters for the first item on the orders for the day. It's the second reading of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment 2020. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 29-1 be suspended to enable the House to proceed with the second reading of the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act of 2020.
Are there any objections? No objections? Continue on, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to provide for the consideration of this Honorable House the bill entitled the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act of 1998 provides for the establishment, administration, and regulation of private sector occupational pension plans in Bermuda. The Act became operational on the 1st of January 2000. And over the years, a number of amendments to the Act and regulations have been introduced to provide for such matters as registration of plans, plans for self-employed persons, pension fund investments, financial hardship withdrawals, small pension refunds, and enhancements to the Pension Commission's regulatory and supervisory powers, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the Pension Commission has provided the following plan statistics as at the 31st of December 2019. There are 27,961 estimated number of plan members. Number of plans, 3,126, of which 3,111 were defined contribution plans and 15 were defined benefit plans. Approximately $4.1 billion of plan assets, 303 self-employed plans, 6 approved third-party plan administrators, $946 million of assets in local prescribed retirement products, and $32.8 million in total financial hardship payments since inception in 2010. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to provide more specific details on the $32.8 million in financial hardship payments. As of December 31st of 2019, there were 3,354 applications, which date back to August 2010, when hardship withdrawals were allowed. In terms of approved applications, there were 2,799. There were 396 declined applications, and a further 159 applications pending or withdrawn. In terms of types of applications received, 1,076 were for eligible education expenses, 448 were for imminent threat of loss of principal residence, a further 1,091 for imminent eviction from home or rental arrears, and 184 were for eligible medical expenses. Mr. Speaker, it is pleasing to note the hardship withdrawal provisions under the Act have assisted many families over the years and clearly validates the benefit of this social policy initiative. It should also be noted that the $32.8 million withdrawn since inception only represents approximately 2.34% of the $4.1 billion in plan assets. The intent of the legislation was for persons to use the hardship withdrawals under the National Pension Scheme as the very last recourse. The statistics provide verification that this policy objective is being met. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has had a significant impact on economic activity and social conditions in Bermuda. Government swiftly introduced a temporary unemployment benefit for employees laid off as a result of the pandemic. To further assist the unemployed, those underemployed, or those otherwise struggling financially as a result of the economic contraction, the government is proposing to permit former members of defined contribution pension plans and members and policyholders of local retirement products to be able to voluntarily withdraw up to $12,000 as specified in the applicable regulations. The Pension Commission has been consulted and is supportive of the proposals in light of the financial hardships impacting members and former members of pension plans. Furthermore, the Commission has made a number of suggestions on the content of the proposed amendment and regulations in order to make the provision of such withdrawals as efficient as possible. Mr. Speaker, the government is mindful of the long-term implications on a plan member's retirement income in permitting such withdrawals. However, this must be balanced against the immediate and urgent needs in our community that have resulted from this unexpected crisis. Mr. Speaker, the government also recognizes that there will be those who do not support the proposed refund. However, we can all agree one of the principles behind saving and investing is to save for a rainy day. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that one of those days is upon us, and the government is compelled to respond to provide members with greater access to their pension funds, should they choose to do so. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the importance for plan members to use these and any other refunds from their pension plans wisely, I will be asking the Pension Commission to engage in a financial awareness campaign to assist plan members in their financial planning and use of such refunds. Mr. Speaker, the bill also seeks to make a few minor amendments to the Act, namely to exempt multi-employer plans from the existing small pension refunds, as it has been recognized that such plans may already provide for a small pension fund, and the imposition of a mandated amount greater than that they already established under such plans would likely result in financial harm to the pension plan. And two, to adjust the provisions of the existing 25% lump sum refund at retirement to apply to defined contribution plans or local retirement products only. This is necessary as defined benefit plans would be harmed if such a refund were made mandatory. Furthermore, employers would be financially responsible for any resulting funding shortfalls in such plans, and the imposition of such would not be just or equitable. However, Mr. Speaker, the Act permits a defined benefit plan to voluntarily permit a refund of a member's contributions accumulated prior to the 1st of January 2000. And I am pleased to advise that a number of defined benefit plans already provide for such refunds. Thus, members of such plans may still be able to receive a similar refund at retirement. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments contained in this bill are timely and necessary and consistent with pension provisions and legislation being introduced in other jurisdictions. I look forward to discussing them with honorable members. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to thank all of those persons within the Pension Commission, the Attorney General's chambers, and the Ministry of Finance who have assisted with the development of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
I do, Mr.
Thank you. That sounds like another member. Gordon Panther, would you like to make your contribution now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, firstly, thank the Minister for his introductory remarks. And in addition to that, I would also like to thank him for enabling and allowing his technical staff and the people, technical staff from the ministry, as well as the Pension Commissioner, to give an explanation of the intent of this bill to our team by way of a virtual call yesterday, so that we had the opportunity to ask any questions that we might have. I believe it's important, Mr. Speaker, to say that we understand the difficulties that people are experiencing under these very unprecedented circumstances. So the withdrawal provisions that are being made is certainly understandable. Mr. Speaker, while we might not agree that this is a practical move for the very reasons that the minister indicated in terms of the early withdrawal of funds that are intended to stay in a plan to be able to multiply, and by the time one reaches the age of retirement, there is a substantial amount on which they can call for living expenses and choices that they need, financial choices that they need to have after retirement. We certainly understand that under these trying times, if we have the option of saving money until we retire or drawing down on that money today so that we can afford to eat, somehow it doesn't, it's really not a choice. So it's perhaps not very practical in terms of what pensions are intended for, and hence we as a parliament will get pushback for the choices. But yet under these circumstances, I believe it's the most pragmatic approach, notwithstanding that we do find ourselves caught between a rock and a hard place. This is a situation in which we'll be damned if we do and damned if we don't. Mr. Speaker, the challenge that I am mindful of is that earlier in the year, you will recall that the government introduced legislation in which they enabled employers and employees to not contribute for a defined period of time, to not contribute pensions to the pension fund, thereby making available more cash for people to be able to live on. And it was acknowledged at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, that the lack of growth in the economy was negatively impacting our citizenry. And as a result, the government were looking for any means necessary in order to try to ensure that people were not overly hard done by. The minister indicated that there has been a hardship withdrawal for educational reasons, for medical reasons, for household situations, you know, for education, medical, household, to keep a roof over one's head. And these are situations that have been taken advantage of by individuals. And we also understand that there has not been a significant drain on the pension funds to satisfy the demands for hardship withdrawals. The one thing that I would admonish, Mr. Speaker, is in looking at this particular legislation that we have in front of us today, that it allows a maximum of $12,000 to draw down on. And it's going to be done on a one-off basis. It's a time certain by which applications must be made, and we'll discuss that a little more when we go into committee. But the important thing that it is only allowed to be one drawdown, so it can't be done in bits and pieces. And I think that's important, Mr. Speaker, because we want to ensure that there is not such a run on a pension fund to destabilize it because of the demands for money. However, I think that it's important for people to recognize that if they don't need to have this money drawn down, that the long-term benefits and implications would behove them to leave that money if they are in a position so to do. Because I think that, you know, it might be $12,000, but the one thing that, even though we've been told, I think as we met yesterday, that there are something like 27 plus thousand, I think the minister included in his statement, 27,000 plus pension people enrolled in 3,100 different plans, most of which are defined contributions. These are withdrawals from defined contributions for the most part in this particular bill. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important to recognize that in some instances, some people may have, you know, a smaller amount in that pension fund. So obviously it's going to be up to $12,000. So if you don't have $12,000 in your account, you can only withdraw the value that you have. But in addition to which, if, you know, some funds are smaller than others, and if such is the case, it's important to understand that that $12,000 could create a significant hit to the value, and therefore the ultimate diminution in the value of these pension funds. So I'm just, it's important to just remind people that if you can leave your money for it to be built, and we're at a situation now where pensions are, where the underlying assets of pensions are not the highest that they've been over time. If you're looking at investments in stocks and bonds and the like, the markets have been not very kind to us over the course of the last couple of months, and therefore these are considerations. This ability for people to make the application to draw down takes us all the way through till June of next year. And if people are in the position of waiting it out, then that would perhaps even give their funds the opportunity to recover some as the markets stabilize and improve, and as well as being able for them to have an enhanced value of the base of the assets within their funds. So I think that that's just an important point to make. The second part of the bill, to which I would, or the other point that I want to make here, is that if people have already made hardship withdrawals, Mr. Speaker, for education and housing or medical, that they're not excluded from getting this. So we have had a couple questions, people saying, well, you know, I had to take money up to educate my son, and so therefore I've already dipped into my application restriction, and would I still be entitled to this? And I believe the minister will confirm, as my understanding is, having spoken with the officers and having read the legislation, that people would still be able to get this benefit as well. So I think it's important to highlight those particular issues, just really, excuse me, bearing in mind the fact that we want to ensure that the residual value of people's pension fund isn't diminished to the point of extinction. The other point that I would like to reach, there is another sort of interim bit which we can discuss in committee because it doesn't have any significant impact. It's really almost a housekeeping measure. But I wanted to speak to the last part of this bill, Mr. Speaker, which speaks to the ability of pensioners. These are people, the first bit that we've just spoken about is in relation to people who are still working. The second part of this bill is in relation to people who have already finished work and are already receiving a pension. You will note, Mr. Speaker, that in November of 2019, there was legislation that was passed in which members who were in that situation of having retired and having an occupational pension had the ability to do a one-time withdrawal of 25% of the balance of their pension fund. That legislation was passed in the House, I believe it was on the 19th of November. And from then until now, Mr. Speaker, 6 months later nearly, we have only just today seen the regulations in relation to the terms and conditions under which those pensions could have been drawn. I'm not sure why it has taken quite as long. I do know that, we do have things that get in the way. We had, we've had COVID, which has obviously taken a significant portion of our focus. We had the budget, which took a significant portion of our focus. However, Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we have to understand that our responsibility is to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. I say that, Mr. Speaker, not in a pejorative way, but just to say that the public, when the public has an expectation of us, they don't want to hear that other things have gotten in the way. And I think that we have an obligation in terms of our level of accountability to ensure that we give to the public those things that we pass in Parliament on their behalf. So as we're looking at this 25% from this legislation that was passed at the end of last year, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is something that pensioners will have the opportunity to, maybe if they had the chance to have access to those funds in December, 25% or January or whatever, 25% of their balance at that point in time may have been significantly higher. So taking 25% out on a timely basis would have left more money in the kitty for that money to continue to grow. And I think therein lies the disadvantage when we don't act expeditiously with the tools that we have at hand. So we obviously support this legislation. As I said, it is my hope that we have fewer rather than more applicants for the money that people will have in their account in an immediate time. So if people can stretch it out, then I believe that that's important so that they will have the opportunity for their funds to recover. Mr. Speaker, while we cannot say to people how you're going to spend your money, I believe that the circumstances under which we find ourselves economically will dictate that $12,000 of withdrawals from pension funds may not necessarily go as far a distance as we would like to see it. People are finding themselves being snowed under in terms of, not getting the level of revenues in some instances if people have been laid off or furloughed or whatever as a result of the circumstances, the virus circumstances that we're facing. People will find that they may not have the ready cash. So therefore, we're putting ourselves in a position of having to draw down to have money so that we can pay bills that are out there. That money is not going to last as long as we would like. However, with that said, I believe that if I get no other message across to people who may be listening, Mr. Speaker, that the judicious expenditure of the funds that are available to us is a critical element in being able to ensure that we don't create such a diminution in the value of our assets at this point in time. If we can we can stage it as opposed to doing it, drawing the money down and spending it all one time. I believe it's very, very important. And in the event, Mr. Speaker, that somebody draws down the entire $12,000 and finds that they don't have need for it, given the fact that the banks at the moment are giving you 0% interest rates on your money, you probably do better to put any excess back in your pension fund, and it might be able to work a little bit better for you. So with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I end my contribution. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now will call on Honourable Member Mean. Honourable Member Mean, would you like to make your contribution at this point?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. First, I'm going to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear from down the East End. We know you're way off, but we've got a strong breeze blowing up here to the west, so we can hear you.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'm around the corner from you, so I'm not down the East End, so I hope I can deliver just as well, because I know if I was in the East End, it would be perfect. But Mr. Speaker,
I know you always want to get closer to the west, so I understand your reason for coming up here.
Oh, please.
Yeah, right. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to offer some brief comments to today's debate on the National Pension Scheme. And I think the minister did an excellent job when he gave the history of where financial hardship withdrawals actually started and why we actually have them today. And if you just add up the numbers fairly quickly, there have been over the years close to 2,500, actually in excess of 2,500 pension withdrawals. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you think about why we have these, hardship withdrawals, when we think about why we have these hardship withdrawals, they've been to assist people and their families in times of hardship. And I know that there will be some persons that will say, oh, it's not ideal, probably could look at doing things another way, but hardship is hardship, Mr. Speaker. And no matter how we want to spin it or look at it or even define it, if we are, if people are in a state of hardship, it is difficult to actually even think or even try and think how we get ourselves out of the state. And so the assistance that these withdrawals have provided over the years, and I know persons who have received it, they have truly appreciated, getting these funds. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance does not have an easy job. And if we note that the last global pandemic was over 100 years ago, he is in an anomaly, because that would mean that we have not ever had a Minister of Finance who has gone through a global pandemic. And so the uncharted waters and the navigation that he has to do to ensure that the country stays afloat, I pray every day for his wisdom and his ability to remain as stress-free as he can, because there are 66,000 Bermudians that are relying on his astute decision-making characteristics and his ability to make sound financial decisions. Mr. Speaker, the amendment that we're looking at today is kind of an economic stimulus for the country, because the persons who will draw down on these withdrawals, the hope is that they will put this money back into the community, because that is something that must happen at this time, Mr. Speaker. And it's funny because I'm going to reflect on a conversation that I had yesterday with just a couple of my friends, and we were all saying that we're at a stage where we have to help each other. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, in some cases we're going to have to buy Bermuda, support Bermuda, and just make sure that we are we're doing whatever it is that we can to create or and grow and further bring our economy back up. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at this bill, not only does you see that there's a $12,000 withdrawal that can be done for this person who are in a defined pension plan and that basically are still working. And then it also has the next one we can draw up to the 25%. I will say this too, especially because I had this conversation with some of my friends, that if you find yourself in a space to have to withdraw from your pension fund, over the years, if you have the time, please try and put it back in. You can maybe at a later date increase whatever your contribution is. And I even thought about it so much, I think in last year we actually raised the retirement age, and although it may not be mandatory, to the age of 68. And so there may be some persons if they're looking at their financial plan and they may say, well, I may work a couple more years to be able to just kind of replenish the funds that are used at that time. Mr. Speaker, it is no way, like I definitely know that we are challenged as a people right now. And each and every one of us who are leaders of this country have come into contact with many people who are feeling it. And trust me, it hurts me when we get into the conversations with people who have no job and no real income coming in. And so the real message that if I could give one would be that of replenishing the funds, Mr. Speaker, but also of hope, and know that we are a very resilient people, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that we will get through this together. And I pray that we stay kind of focused and we don't allow like pettiness to get in our way, because we have much to do as a country. We will have to rely on each other. But the resilience that I spoke about when I said that we are a resilient people. And I truly do believe that we will get through this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Minister Dickinson and his team, because they've worked hard. They have to be creative. They have things that it is that they need to balance. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say this here, because there are times when we often forget. I attended the presentation yesterday, and I thought that the minister's team did extremely well explaining this bill to us. They gave us a synopsis of what the pension account looks like. They gave numbers, they gave data, and I thought, my own personal feeling was, as I prepared for this debate today, was that their presentation was excellent, and it allowed me really to contemplate this bill and its impacts, and how I felt that the people of Bermuda would receive it. And then I also take that and I go out and I speak to people and kind of ask them how they feel about it. And I know that the member that spoke before me, Mr. Speaker, spoke to the regulations and that things need to be more timely. And there will never be any fuss on my side about things being more timely, and that if there are regulations and they should be done in a timely manner. But I did listen to the representative from the Ministry of Finance speak on this yesterday, and he said that he apologized and said that budget in January, they're pretty much preparing for the budget, which is coming in February, and in February, really our budget ran right into the COVID-19, because if you note, Mr. Speaker, we were racing to even get our things passed and in place so that the Senate could have the budget, and that we could make sure that the country was in a good space in terms of passing the budget for the future year. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the member say that, I did hear the gentleman yesterday give the explanation for it, and I'm sure that going forward, he will endeavor to do that. But let's not get caught up in those things that of where we are and the unprecedented times that we're in, because there are many regulations. Like I could think earlier in in when we first became the government, when we were sitting around debating casino gambling regulations that never came. We are in a space right now, Mr. Speaker, where I do believe that it's unprecedented, it's uncharted, but we will get through it. And let's not lose focus of what it is that we need to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if there's closing remarks, I support this bill. I'm hopeful that it brings some much needed relief to many Bermudians. And I look forward to working with the minister as we move forward on other creative ways that we can not only assist Bermudians, but also look to get ourselves back to a healthy economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I am going to call on Honourable Member Manus. Honourable Manus, would you like to make your contribution now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're right here.
I followed the debate carefully, although some of the speakers are cutting out a little bit, so I can't hear everything. But
we've got a technical problem we're trying to resolve now.
Yeah. So if I misspeak or repeat something, please forgive me. But with respect to one of the concerns I had, which I share with my honourable colleague Pat Gordon-Pamplin, is that, we passed this legislation in November, the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act in 2019, and there in Section 19, making changes which to the original Act, the 98 Act, which would allow someone to take out 25%, and it applied both to defined contribution pension plans and to defined benefit pension plans. Now, the government didn't seem to have had regulations prepared. In the best of all possible worlds, when you table the act in the House, you have the regulations already drafted. You have the majority, you know it's going to pass, so you have your regulations ready to go in draft when you table that bill in the House. Now, perhaps that wasn't the case here, because what the government has claimed is, oh, well, we didn't have any regulations and we didn't have time because the budget was coming. Well, we all knew the budget was coming, so I don't really accept that excuse of there was a budget coming. But in addition to the delay, there's a secondary factor that the government has obviously changed its thinking. If one looked at the 2019 Act, Section 19, which amends Section 24 of the 98 Act, they've now decided not to put in the section about people taking out 25% from defined benefit plans, of which I think outside of the government there are only a few, maybe the bank and Balco, and there are just a few of those. So somewhere there's some changed thinking, which the government hasn't really explained, but fine, we are where we are. So we've decided not only to let people have 25% of their pension fund if they're retired, but also to allow people to withdraw $12,000 from their pension plan. Now, I think generally people are agreed. We see that this is a time of emergency. I'm a little bit concerned when I see people suggesting that people should take $12,000 out of their pension to set up a business. If I were a business advisor, I don't think I would advise someone to start a new business up in a recession unless it was some particular niche that they had amazing experience in and it represented a unique business opportunity. Otherwise than that, a recession is the worst possible time to start a new business. In my own mind, what I have in mind is for those people who have mortgages or who owe money or who have expenses that they're not able to pay, then that would be a good use of the money. The difficulty that people with pensions have these days, and I'm sure the finance minister has pointed it out, is that the interest rates worldwide are at historic lows. So, you have a pension fund that you invest in the market and you're more or you're less aggressive. The more aggressive you are, you look at either a bigger gain or a bigger loss when some situation happens like coronavirus. But once you get to the age of 65, you want to put it in a safe investment. And usually what they try and get you to do is put it into an annuity where you're just collecting interest. But with the interest at an historic low, of course, the interest rates you get on an annuity are actually lower than inflation. So if you do that, you're actually losing money. You're better off to take the money out than to lose the money in fees to the administrator of the pension fund or to inflation. You're better off to take that money and use it, particularly if you have higher interest loans, which could be credit cards, which are bearing interest at 18%, or mortgages or loans. You're better off to take that money out. That's very ill advised to leave that money in there, and you're losing money every day if you do. Now, so having said that, we, in general, it's a good idea, because you have to be sensible. You have to figure out what's the best use for it, and you should do that before you collect it, not after you collect it. It's something that requires some careful thought. You should have some conversations with some people you trust before you make that decision. We want to see people use this because it's a limited resource. But one of the problems with the pension scheme, and I think the minister pointed this out, any payments that were made before 2000 are voluntary payments, and people should be allowed to take those contributions out, I think with the employer's permission, perhaps for the employer's portion, and should be able to take those out. And so people may have money that they're entitled to take out, in some cases may not be aware of it, but and also to have the ability to take out to 25%. And people should look at that carefully, and I think it would be a good idea. And I congratulate the government on moving forward with that, even if they were somewhat slow in getting around to it. And I just hopefully there will be some good advice offered to people, and when people make a decision, government will be able to move quickly, which I know the finance minister has promised. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member Scott. Honourable Member Michael Scott, would like to make your contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, my support of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Bill is unwavering. And like Member Ms. Renee Ming, who spoke shortly ago, who's indicated that she prays every day for Minister Dickinson's wisdom, and that she is in her heart clear that we will get through this. But as an attorney, and a litigation attorney, I've taken to heart the question, at what cost are we going to get through this? It must be a question that tasks the Minister of Finance and the Premier, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of National Security. All of those ministers I've just listed, Mr. Speaker, to the question, at what cost? For the Premier, his comprehensive exhaustion having to deal with this matter since January. For the unquestioned and consistent professionalism of the Minister of Health, Minister Wilson, and her entire health team, Dr. Big Ball, and the epidemiologist. Constant focus to her and her team's complete exhaustion, to the requirement and leadership of the EMO and Minister Wayne Keynes's dedication to ensuring that the stay in place or the shelter in place was maintained to help preserve the country's national health system and to keep us safe. And all those nurses and frontline workers who have been exposing their bodies to the risk of infection. And I cannot obviously omit to list, Mr. Speaker, at the cost of the 7 lives we have lost in this country and the impact that it has had on the 7 families. The statistics have been declared in our country, with 118 of our confirmed cases and 61 recovering and our death rate. But Mr. Speaker, as I speak, it is important that I, and that we all in this House, we include the cost globally. 3 million confirmed cases in the world, 1.28 million recovered, and 270,000 deaths and counting. And so, at what cost? At what cost? Today's bill, of course, is mitigatory. It is being achieved on the ordinary citizen, Mr. Speaker, dipping into his and her savings contained in a pension scheme to meet everyday needs of a collapsed or short-circuited economy. Now, I know that there is a discussion going on about the causality of coronavirus and its origins. I beg your pardon, its origins and its spread through the world. And I ask that we, as legislators, working out fiscal responses to how we meet from a financial and just money basis the proper response to this disruption in our lives, to this grave pandemic disruption, that we look to our and within our calculations of liability for those who have caused this virus and to spread and to bring the world's economy and to bring life as we know it to a halt, because there may be real, measurable, legal consequences from which we can calculate something even more firm and measurable than people going into their pension schemes to help survive and make their ends meet. I think it is an important calculation to put into the equation, that we keep in the forefront of our minds the causes of this pandemic, and what the world of both analysts and politicians will be doing to make that calculation a valid one to help the world recover, because we face very grave times, and they have been introduced into our midst. I read recently where the Chinese government forbade the expression of an opinion as to the cause and spread of the virus from China. And when persons and states hide things, then it is the reason for an account and an inquiry to be conducted. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we, of course, do our part in mitigation, but we cannot close our eyes, Mr. Speaker, to just accepting the impact of this disease and of this pandemic virus on the backs constantly of ordinary citizens' pocketbooks. I know, and as the Minister of Finance has indicated, the wealthy sector of business and banking haven't done their part, but there has been, there is a consequence and cost for this event in our lives, and we if we can, apply liability, and if remedies can flow from connecting causes of this event to responsible persons or governments, then this is an important factor for us to factor in, so that we just don't continue to mitigate and scramble around to save ourselves, but that we look to where we should be looking for the causation of these events. I want to end by having acknowledged that we have all had to do our part in a situation not brought on by anything that we've done ourselves. To the Bermuda Police Service and its leadership, the Commissioner, the Royal Bermuda Regiment and its leadership, and the soldiers who helped to maintain shelter in place so that we saw a suppression of the curve of spread. Obviously, to the health professionals within the hospital and across the Ministry of Health, and to our undertakers here and across the world who've had to deal with an unmitigated, unprecedented state of burials. People who are just cleaning and keeping sanitized our streets, our supermarkets. Everybody has been cast into this churn of activity to deal with this matter. And it is costly. And it's a grave situation that requires our every consideration to bring it to a close in a just way and in a fair way, looking at all of the consequences and all of the remedies that we need to, other than putting it on the backs of the working people and the ordinary citizens of this island and of the world. So again, I join my colleague, Ms. Ming, in keeping the ministers, the Premier, in our prayers for their strength. I know that the Premier is exhausted. He's confessed it. They have to be, if they've been going at this since January. Don't lose sight of the fact that there are wide remedies at your disposal, and that we should not be in a position of victims throughout this, but that we should look strategically, we should look legally at this situation and find remedies that relieve some of your exhaustion, produce funds for replacing or supporting a collapsed set of economic arrangements in families, in states, and in communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Appreciate your contributions. I'm going to call on next member, Honorable Member Dunkley. Would you like to make your contribution now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Appreciate the opportunity to have some words on the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act 2020. And as I start, let me thank colleagues for their contributions, specifically my colleague Patricia Gordon-Pamplin and Trevor Monis for their very insightful comments. Certainly, I want to reflect on what MP Monis has said on advice on how to use any pension withdrawal, because obviously, when we sit back and look at how COVID-19 has impacted our community from one end of the island to the other and put people in a position that no one thought we would have been in early January after celebrating New Year's. There are people facing a crush on their life, and it is very wise, as the former Attorney General said, in seeking wise consultation on how you will use any money. Because with the cost of living in Bermuda and the duration that this virus will be with us. These are important contributions to understand, to make the money, if it's withdrawn, go as long as possible. As I start my comments, Mrs. Speaker, like colleagues, I support this amendment with some hesitation, because as the minister has said, and I ad-lib now in his comments when he introduced the bill, that you save for a rainy day. Well, certainly this is not a rainy day. This is a very stormy period that we face, and it's the hesitation I have because I know that our people need help, but also I know that down the road, when you take money from a pension fund, if you cannot replace it, then you're putting yourself in a more precarious position than you would have been. So I think we all agree we need to help. And in this case, help is needed not because of any actions that we have imposed as Bermudians here, but of the virus and conditions that have been rightfully imposed by the government to shut the community down, to protect us for a period of time, and then gradually we reopen again. I think, Mr. Speaker, we have to accept that in spite of what some members of government will say, many people were struggling before COVID-19. And this change in our life, this drastic curtailing on our daily activities and in our ability to get out and work has put us in a position that it will take some time to recover from. So it's magnified the challenges that many Bermudians face, and it's certainly put a challenge on our doorstep that all Bermudians face at the present time. I can recall my comments that I made during the pension bill that my honorable colleague Pat Gordon-Pamplin referred to in November. In that, I said that at that time with private pensions, we have been playing catch up for the last 20 plus years since the private pension legislation actually came into force in 1997 with the Act, and 1998 with the enactment of the Act. Because up until that time, there was always the government social insurance pension, which started a number of years before that, I believe in the early 70s. But private pensions, by and large, only became law at that time. And then many companies actually, because of law, had to enact them. So that means that in the past 20, going on 22 years probably, everyone by law had to contribute to a private pension. But many workers, especially if you look at those workers who were 35 or 40 at the period of time when the private pension became law, those workers now, as they head to retirement, really haven't amassed that large a private pension because they only started halfway through their working career. So anyone who was 35 or 40 when the private pension plan was passed would now be in a position where they're coming to their last few years, 5 or 10 years of their working career, and they're being forced by this pandemic to take money out of their pension plan. Money that they desperately need, but they might need it just as badly during their retirement years. So the catch up in the private pension plan hasn't allowed us to be in a good position with many of those plans. In addition, if you take a look at the high cost of living in Bermuda, it will impact how the $12,000 is spent. And of course, it impacts seniors as they live in their retirement years with their pension. We were grateful in the opposition to have an opportunity to speak to the financial secretary and the pension chair of the pension commission yesterday and get some background information on this bill. And I thank the minister for allowing that to happen. One of the parts of the overview by the civil servants was on the value of the pension funds. Now, of course, we all know that since the end of January, world markets have crashed because of the advent on the pandemic. And while they have recovered some in the month of April, by all good estimations, I would believe that most pension plans are still probably down in the region of 10 or 15% after coming off those lows in late March and early April. And that means when people withdraw their $12,000 or 25% when they retire, that means that they will be taking money out of a pension that has already lost some of the value, and their earning power has been diminished because of it. So all of these are considerations, Mr. Speaker, that in the short term, the $12,000 can give people hope that they can meet some of their day-to-day pressing expenses. But in the long term, we still have to face up to the fact that we're going to have a problem down the road. So this is a short-term fix, but in the immediate and longer term, it's a problem that will continue to be with us. Members have discussed briefly during the call and so far in the debate today that there will be the ability for payback money when it's taken from your pension account. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my humble view, I believe that it would be a good thing to pay back if we could, especially for younger members who might be able to access it and then build up over time. But for older members who are facing their retirement years, they might not be in a position to actually pay back the $12,000 that they withdraw from that fund. And so that's something that we need to consider as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, there was a comment by honorable member from the East End, MP Ming, who talked about an economic stimulus now. And I guess you could look at it in that way. However, the important part of this bill is helping people who are in dire need. We've seen by the numbers of people who apply for the unemployment benefit so far to date that there is a significant percentage of our population who are now unemployed. And that number jumped quickly from the first week when the benefit was eligible to be paid until last week. And perhaps we will see some easing this week because certain companies are allowed to get back to work, which should help. But I'm very loath to use the term economic stimulus because this is helping people, and the money needs to be put to their basic necessities in life. Because unless we can rebound quickly, the amount of fast cash, and that's a term that I will use for the $12,000 that comes from a withdrawal from one's private pension plan, the amount of fast cash will not be recouped. And it will mean that a smaller pension will only be available down the road. And Mr. Speaker, I should also note that unless we can rebound quickly, that $12,000 will come to an end, and we still could be in a predicament as a community. Because as it stands right now, I don't think there are many people who can say with any certainty when they believe the pressures of COVID-19 will start to ease and we could have a more normal lifestyle and more normal economy coming back. While government has shown a four-phase plan, which I think has been met with a great deal of satisfaction by members of the community, and we're only in first stage right now. The first stage in those regulations show that it ends on the end of this month. So we don't know when we'll get into phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. We don't know when the airport will open up. We've seen in the paper today that businesses are closing and the restaurant industry is going to be under a crunch. Until we can open up our economy again, until we can employ vast majority of people in this country in the hospitality industry, this fast cash will dry up and we'll be in a difficult position again in 6 weeks or 8 weeks or 3 months down the road. So any economic stimulus by this fast cash is something that we need to be very wary of, because by any means, we are not out of the fire yet. Government has been good with the unemployment benefit, which only lasts 12 weeks. This pension ability to withdraw is something that can carry people through a small period of struggle. But at the end of the day, we are still going to have this struggle with us through much of the rest of the summer. And we're going to need more to help our people through who are struggling at the present time and who will draw on this $12,000. So while I applaud the government for coming forward with this initiative, and it's something that the minister has alluded to that has been used in other jurisdictions today. We've seen it very similar in Cayman, where the bill reads fairly close to our bill. Other than $12,000 withdrawal, it's $10,000. They have the 25% drawdown for retirees. This is a template that has been used in other jurisdictions. But this template in itself is not going to be a cure for the problem that we have. The problem will continue on, and we need to be proactive in other areas to save those people who are not going to be able to get back to work in hospitality. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to be real. And to breed confidence in people going forward, we need to lay the problems out. In that the tourism industry, our hospitality sector is going to struggle for a number of months, and many people are going to be without work, and we need to prop those people up, help those people out until we can get them back to work. This pension is a start for some people, but it will disappear quickly when their everyday expenses get to them week after week after week when they can't go back to work. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at the portion of two portions of this bill, the $12,000 drawdown and the 25% for retirees. The 25%, I understand that the retirees can take out on their retirement age. That will be overseen by the Pension Commission. The $12,000 withdrawal from somebody's pension, I understand, will be overseen, as the technical officer said yesterday, by the private pension administrators. And so I have a question to the Honorable Minister, a couple of questions to the Honorable Minister. Based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions, specifically Cayman, which we seem to be following to some extent, and I'd like to see it be the other way around. I'd like to see Bermuda be the leader and not the follower, but that's a subject for another day. In the case of Cayman, we've seen private administrators been besieged by the number of applications to deal with. And so I would ask the Honorable Minister, are we going to be able to fasten any timelines to an application and how quickly it can be processed for those individuals to get money? I think we also have to reflect and consider, Mr. Speaker, that although in many areas working from home has been successful and managed to keep reasonable parts of our economy ticking over, such as international business and those who can work from home, in a case like this, it could be a timeline drag for those who are in need. So I would ask the Honorable Minister, when he gets a chance to wrap up on this, to provide some type of understanding to honorable members of the House on what policies are put in place to allow the private administrators to do the work that they need to do based on what I believe will be a very significant number of applications and how soon that help can be there. Because we don't want to see an application take a month or 6 weeks, because then people will get further in a hole which they might not be able to recover from. So, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, let me just make two more comments. One, reflection on the interesting comments from the Honorable Member Scott, who spoke just before me, who said that we should be looking at those who caused this virus. And I expected that type of conversation from the Honorable Member, because lawyers like to get into that battle. But, Mr. Speaker, I think trying to go after those who we believe are liable as a small community with immense challenges taking care of our own people, and knowing that every time we help somebody now going forward, we're borrowing and we have to pay back that borrowing, would create a bigger liability for us going forward. I think that we should allow the superpowers of the world to take their shot at those who they believe have caused this virus and hold them accountable. Bermuda, while we are a leader in many parts of the world, in international business, in reinsurance, in tourism, and Bermuda really is another world, we are not in a position to have our attention diverted to something that will just be a wild goose chase and a draw on our public purse. We clearly need to focus, Mr. Speaker, on the people who are struggling. And we've done a reasonable job at that so far with the unemployment benefit, with this pension step. But I will end on this note, Mr. Speaker. These two initiatives and others that our government done are not going to be the be all and end all, because the virus is not going to let up on Bermuda in the near future, and we need to consider other policies to help those who are struggling amongst us, so we can be proactive rather than reactive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize honorable member Atherton. Would you like to make your contribution now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're ready.
Good. Mr. Speaker, I think we all are starting to recognize that we're in a situation that none of us anticipated we would have, and that perhaps when we started to look at the first pension change, which is to allow people to have access to 25% of their funds, that was because people were finding it difficult to live from the point of view of the high cost of living, and that might have given them an opportunity to, if you will, try and tighten their belt, or also to use the funds for some opportunities that were out there. Now we're in a situation where it's not just about trying to have funds to live off of, it's trying to make sure that you can actually live. And so we are in a situation where our way of life and what we thought we would be doing now is so totally changed. The minister has had to try and do things to try and help those people who are hurting, those people who are out of work, those people who are trying to who are no longer able to do what they did before, which is to have two jobs, which would enable them to make ends meet. Now they have to turn around and have no work, if you will, and have to stay home, and at the same time they have to try and stay safe. So I give plaudits to the finance minister for turning around and coming up with making a program so that people who are out of work, who are hurting, who could be able to draw on unemployment insurance. And I also have to recognize that, you know, he has tried to do something to help individuals by beefing up the financial assistance, but he also is between a rock and a hard place in the sense that he cannot give all this money away without realizing that he's going to have a budget which is going to have losses in revenues, and therefore he's going to have greater deficits that he hadn't encountered. So from my perspective, he has come up with what I call a creative way to allow people to get some relief, a creative way by allowing them to have access to their own funds. So by allowing people to have up to $12,500 on a once-off drawdown, that is definitely a way that some people will be able to be helped out. But I do think, as some of my colleagues have said, it's important to understand that when you start to draw down on taking monies from your pension fund, you have to understand the knock-on effect, because too often people did not realize that the pension monies were supposed to be there for their retirement, and the pension monies that once you take it away from the fund, you lose some of the future benefits of it, because even though right now the interest rates are not high, but if the market recovers, then the return on those funds, and by the time you retire, will be greater. So I do think that it's important for people to understand that this is an option that they might take up, but they have to understand, weigh it up in terms of the other options. I know in the past that I have seen people draw down on the funds when you were able to take it out for medical expenses or mortgages or educational expenses. People have drawn those funds down, and they haven't always understood that if you don't bring it back in again, then later on you are going to find out that the pension that you thought you were going to have was so much lower. And so I think it's important that people recognize that even right now, by the age 55, people should be starting to do financial planning. They should be starting to think about retiring. They should be starting to think about what is it that I need to do. So often, unfortunately, because remember when Bermuda was really booming, people had these jobs, etc. People weren't making voluntary contributions. They weren't putting monies in there that if they had put in there, they would be able to draw down. I'm saying that not because I don't believe that people are hurting, but I also believe that when they have to make this decision about whether they want to take advantage of this opportunity to draw the funds down, they think about, do I really need to do it now? Because if they can figure out another way, tightening their belts, spending less on some of the other things, so that they can find it in another way, they will realize that ultimately it will pay off. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that we've talked about Bermuda. We've talked about how long this if you will, the situation we're going to be in is going to last. And I think that we all have to think about the fact that we can help ourselves in the sense that as the quicker that Bermuda bends this curve and the quicker that we can get out of this, then the quicker that we will be able to come up with a way to start to see something happening in terms of the economy. And I just look at this and I just hope that people follow the guidelines to help Bermuda bend the curve and get us up again, open for business. And the reason I say that is because I would have never thought that when we used to say with pride that Bermuda was known to be a safe place and that lots of people would come here, I never thought that we'd have to talk about hoping that we could be known as a safe place from a health perspective rather than from a crime perspective. But now we have to recognize that we still have the benefit of being close to the USA. But if we're going to turn around, if we're going to get more tourists here, if we're going to turn around and get our businesses up and running, we're going to have a very different model. And the model is going to need for people to turn and bring the cost of living down and for people to realize that we're going to have to do much more with less. So while we're looking at this pension opportunity, I just want to make sure that for those people who need it, if they weigh up, if they have some opportunity to discuss with their families what they're going to do with it, why they need it, then it's there for people and they understand, and it's an opportunity for them. But for other people, if they're able to forego it, if they're able to say, I am going to hang on a little bit longer because I know in the end that pensions are put there for when I retire, that they will turn around and try to do that, try to hang on a bit longer. Because right now, we had situations where people were working longer to try and get some more salary, making sure that they would have a higher pension. And if they take this out, they're effectively cutting off some of their pension that they're going to have later. And the finance minister, he knows that he's not able to give something to everybody. The unemployment insurance has restrictions on it, and financial assistance has restrictions on it. So not everybody's going to qualify. But I do think that, and I appreciate that this was a way of him saying, let me unlock some of the money that belongs to the people. And I say belong in the sense that the pension that's put in there has been put in for your account so that it can grow and it can be there for when you retire. So quote unquote, it is your money to some degree, but it's your money with a purpose. And therefore, I think people need to think long and hard about whether this is what they need to do at this point in time. The minister has, when we had the consultation with him, and I appreciate the finance minister was there and the pension commissioner was there to give us some idea. And as I said at the get-go, I know that the finance minister came up with this because he realized that he has to do this to try and help some of those people are hurting. But I'd hate to think that some others that could tighten their belt, some others that could say, I'm going to hang in there longer, actually take advantage of this and then find out that it was a short-term gain that had a long-term negative consequence. So I think it's important that that we try and raise these things, not because we're not saying that we don't understand and we're not supportive of giving help, but if we don't turn around and make people realize that there are other considerations that you have to give, and make sure that those who don't need it don't take it, and therefore those that need it do, and make sure that when they do, they use it to the best of their ability. Whether it be, I know there was talk about, was this going to be enough for someone to use it as a way to jumpstart a new program or jumpstart some sort of venture. I don't know whether with the size of the money, whether that's even viable. But whatever they're going to use it for, I think people have to recognize that it is something that has some long-term consequences, and therefore the short-term benefit, you need to be sure that you're not able to, if you will, hang on for a little bit longer. I think the only other thing that I just want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that for a long time, people used to make voluntary contributions. And I am just amazed at how much people have stopped doing that. You had Bermuda that was going through a real, what I call, we were on a roll in the sense that the economy was booming. People were here. You had lots of jobs. As I said, people were making lots of money. People didn't understand about pensions and contributions and putting money aside, money that they could have used. So now we're all in a situation where people have to stand back and say, okay, what can I do? I have to eat. I have to live. I have to turn around, and who knows how long this is going to be. So I am not surprised that the minister has come up with this, but I do think that it's important that anybody who takes advantage of this understands that it has some consequences. And I do think that it's important that as we go forward, that those people who can help out, those people, because when I say those people can help out, because I know before when it first started, when people used to do things for medical or mortgage or education, many times they were doing this for education for their children or their family members, etc. This is the time for people to turn back and say, okay, let me remember those who helped getting us here. Let me remember those people, whether my granny, my aunt, or whomever else, that they took out some money out of their pension funds to turn around and help me go off. And many times I've seen, Mr. Speaker, where those people, nobody came back afterwards and said, okay, not only am I going to give you the money back, but I'm actually going to give you more money back, because people don't realize that when you take it out, you lose. You lose what it would have gained if it had been there. So I'd like to think that people who can help their families will look at doing that, because that's what it's all about. It's about helping those people who are important to you. And if you can help them hang in a little bit longer, then that means that the life cycle that we have from the point of view of people hurting, that perhaps we can shorten it. And as I said earlier, if people can just decide to follow the guidelines of the Minister of Health, that we have to bend this curve so that we can turn around and Bermuda can get out of this, because getting out of this is the way we're going to turn around and start to have our economy start to come around, and hope that we can have some jobs that these individuals will be able to turn around and get. And even if you already have a job, but you're finding it difficult and you're going to think about using this opportunity to get your $12,500 out. I think we have to understand that it's not the answer for everything, and it does have some negative sides to it, and that's why we're raising this concern about making sure that people think about it very carefully before they decide to take advantage of what the minister said. I mean, with respect to the administration, I understand why the finance minister has said, let that be handled by the plan administrators, because they're the ones that can guide people in terms of the private pension as opposed to the pension commissioner. And I understand, I mean, why it's important that people have to fill in forms and people have to make sure that when they take it out, you know, they have not just dotted the I's and crossed the T's, but it makes you, when you start to look at that, although people don't have to you don't tell them why you're taking it out because that's your private business, but at least it makes you focus on what you're doing and why you're doing it. And then in the past, I think people would try and exhaust every other opportunities before they would go to the bank. Well, this is like going to the bank in some respects. This is your private bank. So if people would think about going to their private bank, try not to go there, make it be your last resort, because in the end, you're going to lose something from the point of view of not having those funds when it comes time for retirement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next Honorable Member on the list is Honorable Member Terrell. Honorable Terrell, would you like to make your contribution?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues and the listening audience. Mr. Speaker, I will be brief in my remarks, as much of what I would like to have delivered has been said on this matter by my colleagues, certainly on both sides. Firstly, my honorable member, Renee Ning, touched on a lot of the points that I wanted to say. And secondly, I'd like to publicly say that I could probably stand for the first time in public with the honorable member Pamplin on some of the things that she said. Partially, though, I don't admit that. But let me start, Mr. Speaker, by commending the Minister for bringing this bill for our consideration. Mr. Speaker, these are some very unusual times, in fact, unprecedented times. And this is when difficult and outside-the-box decisions have to be made by this government. So, again, I say the Minister of Finance has actually sat down done his work on this. So I therefore, support the minister and his technical advisors considering and producing this bill for our consideration. Mr. Speaker, when we debated the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act in November, I said some things, and I'm going to be consistent today. And what I'm saying when I spoke on the previous amendments, and that is that I will again counsel those clan members considering taking up this offer to give it some serious thought. It's already been stated as to why, but I say this with having had some past experience in the pension industry. That's clear my interest. That this offer that's on books right now is something that needs to be looked at. Pensions really, under normal circumstances, Mr. Speaker, are really meant, and it's already been said, to be drawn from on retirement, which we all expect to reach and put our feet up after having worked a number of years, like whatever it is that we were doing. But there could be the possibility as a retiree that these persons may not have other regular income, as some may have and some don't. So again, I will repeat that they don't have a very desperate need at this time to withdraw from this $12,000 offer or up to. I would certainly counsel persons not to do it. I've spoken to persons in my constituency who asked my opinion on this before debating it today, and I've shared with them and I've told them, how best to look at things. So I would certainly have them considering maybe withdrawing only a portion of it. Yes, it's $12,000 that's on take right now, but I would say that if the need is there, then take a portion. Don't take all of it. I understand, times are hard. As I said, I speak to my constituents on a regular basis, so I know what they're talking about. I'm not walking in their shoes, but I understand what they're doing and especially during this period of the COVID-19 pandemic, things have just possibly gotten a lot worse for some people. But one of the things I want to say is that, as the saying goes, this too shall pass, and we want to come out of it at the other end, hopefully stronger. And because the piper will still need to be paid at the other end anyway. Mr. Speaker, I also want to wish band members that no matter what their decision is on looking at this drawdown option that is being offered, that they should also get familiar with their existing plan rules. Some people haven't taken the opportunity of looking at the plan rules and what it offers. So when I say that, I would certainly suggest that they look at their monthly statements. They don't have to look at it every month because sometimes between 3-4 months there's not a lot of a change in things. But get in the habit of looking at it regularly, even if it's just to ensure that your contributions that are being deducted from you are being matched by your employer. So those are things like that that you have to look at, or just to confirm that your contributions are actually being treated within the plan regulations, meaning that they're being turned over to the plan administrators. So again, that's what I would certainly take out of this. And also, when people have to understand that when they're nearing retirement, they will also have the opportunity. And I only mention this because the word annuity was mentioned earlier by Honorable Member Moniz, and I'd like for people to understand that taking out an annuity is not the only post-retirement product that you can look at. So be smart in your considerations, plan members, those who are considering this option. Mr. Speaker, let me say, I said I was going to be brief, so I'm going to say in closing, again, I wish to commend the Minister for tabling this bill with the amendments. And as I feel that it will be a benefit for some who really need it, those who I say, can actually do without doing it at this time, because there is a price to pay later on, I would certainly say do not do it. I understand. I know people are hurting right now and may not have any other income to rely on. And all this is probably as a result of what's happening during this COVID-19 pandemic. But again, I think better days are going to come. People, if they can hang in there, I suggest that they do. But finally, as I said, I do commend the Minister for looking at it in this light. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I will end here.
Thank you, Honorable Terrell. Honorable Smith, Ben Smith, would you like to make your contribution now?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Afternoon. Go right ahead, Honorable Member.
So I'd like to lend my support to this amendment. Obviously, we are going through a time period that none of us could have even imagined. Not just the fact that we have this pandemic ravaging the world and taking the lives of loved ones locally and changing the way that we do everything in our day-to-day lives, but what impact that is now having on a financial basis. So the decisions that are being talked about in the background and now the decisions that are being made here are going to be difficult ones. Difficult ones made by the government in consultation with all the stakeholders, but also difficult decisions that are having to be made in households all across Bermuda. I'd like to paint a picture of somebody that might be in the situation that lends them to have to use what we are going to be providing today. So someone who was getting up every day and going to work and doing their job to the best of their ability so that they could make ends meet to take care of their family and their loved ones. And in a lot of cases, potentially not being able to quite make it prior to being in this position that we find ourselves in today. And that person then found themselves in a position where they were laid off. They had a hard time covering bills prior to this. And of course,
really at an extremely difficult time having a savings. And now this pension money that was put aside would have been something that they could use in their later years when they were able to retire. Now being laid off and having to use the funds that have been provided by the government and figuring out how they were going to use those funds to pay for food for their family, to pay for their rent. The next thing that happens is we've heard things of deferment for some payments when it comes to Belco bills and other utilities. And what we've seen is that we're actually just pushing those bills into the future. And at some point, they're going to have to pay those. And those are the people that are now going to have to look long and hard about making a decision whether they're going to have to draw down this $12,000 to pay those bills. The tough pill to swallow is some of those bills that they're going to pay to a Belco or for health insurance or for those pieces, and you see in the Royal Gazette that some of those entities are carrying profits while we are in this situation, and we have these people suffering, and now they are going to have to actually dip into their future in order to pay these bills that are actually going to be used as profit. That's a difficult pill for me to swallow, and I know for people that are sitting at home trying to make the decision on how they are going to survive, considering that none of us know how long this process is going to take. And as those bills continue to build up, they're going to burn through the money that they are getting access to right now. I understand that all of us want to think of somebody having the ability to not take this money because of what it's going to mean for their future. But if you're one of those people that are in that picture I just painted, I don't think you have that option. I think this lifeline that's being given today is going to be an option that they are going to have to take, because if they don't, the alternative is not something that they can accept for their family. So for that reason, we have to support this first step on how we're going to protect that group of people, but we need to make sure that we are figuring out a way to maybe protect them in other ways also, so that they're not burning through the money that was going to help them in their future to pay for profits today. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. This time I'd like to call on the Honourable Member Swan. Honourable Member Swan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Finance Minister for bringing this measure forward today. It's been said by everyone that we are in a position in this country and around the world like never before. Certainly, having had a little bit of experience with the recession in the early 90s, involved in a government department as a general manager, and certainly the recessions that followed since which, in 2007 and 8, 9, that period, when I was opposition leader, those particular occurrences pale in comparison to what we are having to deal with today. My contribution to this measure that has been put in place because of these unprecedented circumstances that are confronting the country is that more than ever before, we need solutions to be offered. And I've heard some solutions being offered, some not being offered. And I say this, that Bermuda in particular, because that's the jurisdiction that we preside over, our people across the board must look at recalibrating their priorities. The $12,000 from one's pension fund will be of benefit and of greater benefit if one can prioritize the best way in which to put it to good use. And for that point, I think we owe it to them to come up with suggestions and recommendations as to how to go about making that a reality. We have seen persons queuing up in great numbers to spend. And of course, retailers and the like who are feeling the pinch, and some are very threatened, and existence are very threatened. But families need to also look at what is threatening their future. Does a family need all the modern conveniences that are available if at the end of the day they can't afford it? Would traditional reading be of benefit? We've seen ourselves been forced to spend more time at home, spend less time on our roads. Our air is cleaner as a result. Some of the difficulties that we are experiencing are causing other things to manifest themselves in our jurisdiction and across the world. I remember some advice that I received from my deputy chairman when I was the general manager of St. George's Golf Club in order to buy trade. Mr. Frith from St. George's said to me, if you make sure that it doesn't go out the back door, meaning that you're going to have to trim your sails, meaning that you're going to have to find a way to make sure that your expenses are a little bit more, far more manageable. Households are going to have to do that as well. And we have seen in some instances where deferrals of payments for mortgages have allowed families to be able to do just that, recalibrate what the future will be in July and August. And I would encourage families, as this opportunity to have some funds made available through these measures, to make those type of decisions for future bills that could contribute to the faster evaporation of these funds. And I would encourage those who have financial wisdom and have the knowledge to know how to stretch a dollar to make available, whether or not it be through this medium that we are here today talking or other mediums, to offer persons good financial counsel. Now is the time for us to come together as a hurricane, as we've done, but now is the time for us to sustain that type of spirit. Now is not the time for one-upmanship. Now is the time to give our country some real support that is required. Mr. Speaker, during the recession of the late 2008-9, the government of the day had to dig deep and made sure persons could survive as best they can. And this situation is far worse of no making of anyone in any boardroom. Let us look at the positives that we can draw from these difficult times, and let us, as a collective, work together. Let's put helping people above profits. Let us collectively figure out how we can work towards the citizenry of this country, which by world comparison isn't a lot of people when you really think about it. A population of 65,000, which includes persons that are here from overseas working, in the scheme of things, is a small city at best in any metropolitan area community. It's not a New York City. We're not in Atlanta. And so from that, if we can be forged to take our collective knowledge in a spirit that I must say, kudos to the third sector and all those who are participating with the third sector in our country to feed persons who even before COVID were finding the going difficult. Mr. Speaker, the compassion that has been permeating through the third sector needs to be extended across the board. Because the one thing that this pandemic has shown us is that it can show up again. And we have to be ready and far more equipped. Similarly to the way in which jurisdictions like Taiwan, who directly had experience with SARS did in the early 2000s, were far more prepared for what is taking place in their jurisdiction today. And they rely on international business and tourism very much the way we do. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I support the efforts of our finance minister, a very capable finance minister, who, unlike other finance ministers, does not have a handbook or a guide to deal with the situation that is before us today. And even in the halls of the educational institution that he graced in Columbia, there was no course in how to deal with a pandemic and an economic situation, I'm sure. So those in our community who have the resources, like the example set by Ms. Dr. Weldon, who came home to use her expertise in her homeland, that those who have the knowledge and financial resources use it to help those at every level in our society, Mr. Speaker. That's my contribution today.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your contribution. Appreciate that. We now recognize the next member who would like to speak, and it's Honorable Member Earl Simons. Member Simons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said.
Yes.
Pardon me?
Continue.
Okay, so I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, this COVID pandemic is very similar to a tsunami. It comes in, it is catastrophic to the communities, coastal communities. It does its damage, both economically and physically, health-wise, infrastructure, and then it goes back out. And sometimes a second wave comes in. And that's where we're at today in regards to the COVID pandemic tsunami. Similarities are very, very striking. And we have to manage that in two lanes, in the healthcare lane and the economic lane. And quite frankly, looking at the healthcare, I think we're doing better in the healthcare lane than we're doing in the economic lane, because it's going to take a while to recover economically because of the devastation from tourism, the hotel industry, retail business, and they employ the most people in our community. And those people, as has been said earlier, are really, really hurting. And that is all part of the impact of this tsunami, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is a difficult job to work our way out of this situation. But we as a country have faced many challenges before. And we will continue to face challenges. And we'll get through this. As was said in a number of articles I read, the markets will be back or begin to recover at the end of the year. The markets will get back up. The economies will begin to make a rise. And so I have no doubt that we will get past this. And what's encouraging is, as someone said earlier, the volunteer sector of our community have done a sterling job in getting together their resources to make a difference, do their bit, make it work. Whether it's feeding people, whether it's healthcare people, whether it's helping around people's homes, the community has come together like they always do when there is a catastrophe. So generally speaking, that's my overview and how I feel about where we're at today. I'd also like to commend the healthcare people who have done a sterling job under extenuating circumstances. People in the grocery stores who are working diligently, I salute them. Regiment, our police service people, and other first responders. So again, I want to salute you and commend you for the work that's being done. As for the legislation, Mr. Speaker, yes, it's obvious that, we're going to take money out, but truth be told, a number of our people are really, really suffering. And so I support this endeavor. Yes, it's a short-term solution. People need support now. I read an article in today's paper which basically said the average $12,000 if it's going towards a household, that will be gone in 3 months' time. And the economy is not turned around. We'll be back to where they are now. And so it's just a short-term fix. And hopefully, by then, in 3 months' time, our economy will be in a phase where it's begun to open and we're able to put more people back to work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as for the legislation before us today, I do have a few concerns, and someone mentioned it earlier. This $12,000 hardship payment will be managed by the pension plan providers here in Bermuda. And the question that I have is in respect of the process. As Honorable Michael Dunkley said earlier, these service providers are going to be overwhelmed with the numbers. And so we need to make sure that they are adequately prepared for the service that they are to provide to the people of this country in respect to helping them in their distributions of this $12,000 hardship award. Now, my first question is this. Have we, as the government, had the opportunity to meet with these service pension providers to walk them through the process, to let them know that they may have some discretion in regards to payment these payments to individuals. The legislation said the payment is for hardship. Well, Mr. Speaker, everyone who applies for a hardship award has to complete an application form. Name, address, why, and how the funds will be applied. And so the question becomes, if I fill out an application and I say, I would like for these funds to be used for my living expenses, help my child to go back to school in September, school fees. I'd like to help with my grandmother in her health care in her seniors residence. I'd like to also use that money to pay off my car loan so that I will have no debt going forward. So at the end of the day, you will have an application form which basically provides details and also provides details on how the funds are to be used. So my question to Minister is, will the pension providers have the ability to decline these applications if they don't feel that there is funds will be applied for hardship? Yes, we would say that the funds will be used to pay for my electricity bill, to pay for my groceries, to pay for health care. Those are obvious ones. But other ones, like I'm going to apply the funds to pay off my car loan so that I won't have any debt in the future, would be questionable. And how will the service providers manage those cases which are on the borderline? Because I don't want to envision a situation wherein an applicant or a number of applicants go to their service provider and they say, okay, I'm eligible for $12,000 from my pension based on the legislation passed in the House Assembly on May the 8th, 2020. So may I please have my $20,000 and I'm going to use it as a hardship. And we have a service provider respond, I'm sorry, sir, you don't qualify based on how you wish to use these funds. And so there is that element of discretion that's providing me with concern. And I'd like to have the minister speak to that, because is the application just gathering information and issuing the $12,000? Or are we going to truly have the service providers use discretion in making the payment? Because if they have discretion, they have the ability to say no in certain occasions. And so I'd like for the minister to speak to that issue. The other issue that I would like to raise is just a question. Is it permissible for an applicant to make an application to borrow $12,000 from the fund at, I think, a rate of 2 or 3%, and give it back to the fund in 6 months' time? So it's not a full right distribution from the pension fund. It's a loan. And that be accommodated for? Because in a way, that can be a responsible person, not responsible, that's the wrong word. A person may say, well, instead of me taking my money out and having my long-term benefits compromised, I would like to borrow the $12,000 and put it back in 6 months' time. Will that be permissible from the legislative point of view? And would the minister basically give his blessings on those type of situations? Again, in lending, sorry, not in lending, in making these distributions of $12,000, obviously we are speaking to a certain sector of the community. And my question to the minister is, what will the minimum be to maintain the pension plan after the $12,000 distribution is made? Is it worth maintaining a pension plan that has $10,000 in it or $20,000 in it after we make that contribution, that distribution? So will the minister provide clarity around what would be the minimum amount left in the pension plan after this $12,000 distribution has been made to an applicant? I think those are my main issues. And oh, yes, one other issue. Somewhere during this discourse in regards to taking the $12,000 out of the pension plan, there was talk about investing the money in new business opportunities as part of our economic empowerment plan. Mr. Speaker, we know that approximately 40–50% of small businesses do not survive. And I take the view that yes, we need economic empowerment for all of our people, our young people and the old people. But if we take the $12,000 out for investment purposes, there's a 50% chance that that money will be gone within a year, and there'll be very little to show for it. And in fact, if you start a business, you probably end up with more liability. And so I would question why we would allow such withdrawals to be allowed when there's a possibility that if you invest in a new business venture or opportunity, it may, in the long run, leave you with more hardship and more debt. So, Mr. Speaker, generally speaking, I am very supportive of the initiative, but I believe that we need to be disciplined and be realistic in regards to the economic times that we're in, and that the funds are used for hardship cases only and not for economic ventures that may prove challenging going forward. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this pandemic is like a tsunami of 2020 that has hit many countries around the world. And Bermuda, like a coastal area, when they have a tsunami in Japan and the Pacific, the damage, tsunami came in, there was colossal damage, there was catastrophes, lives were lost. But the water subsided, the tsunami went back out, and the people were able to rebuild the community. They were able to rebuild their families, rebuild their homes, and rebuild our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, that same principle will apply today with COVID-19. Bermuda, we are a resilient bunch of people, and we will get through this. It will not be easy. There will be pain. There will be death. There will probably be more death. But we will get through this, and we as a community will be strengthened by it. We as people will be strengthened by it. We as a country will make it work, and we will live to see the positive side of next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Appreciate your comments. The next member I'm calling on is the Deputy Opposition Leader. Honorable Member, would you like to make your comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're right here.
So the coronavirus is no respecter of persons, Mr. Speaker. Black, white, old, young, rich, or poor. And while I've heard everyone speak about the technical parts of this piece of legislation, reality is that the time has come for us to be our brother's keeper. Governments are here and are established to help people. I agree with that. And I believe that the government and the opposition has been very supportive of the government's initiatives, have done everything that they can to facilitate an environment that can help our people. But the bottom line is, it's time for us as a community to step up and help our people. It's not about the government. And we can sit here as members of parliament and talk about predictions that are going to help us come together as one and be together as one and all of those types of things. But what we need to be doing as parliamentarians is adopting families and going out and helping people on our own. The government can only do so much. The third sector can only do so much. It said a rising tide lifts all boats. But if you don't have a boat, are we willing to let somebody get in our boat? They might not have any oars. They may not have a life jacket. But are we willing to let them get in our boat? Like my colleague has said, people are borrowing against their future to pay for their present. And in doing so, they may have no future. At some point, the government is going to have to pay now, or it's going to have to pay later, because people may be withdrawing everything that they have. We don't know what our job market is going to look like. We don't know what jobs are actually going to come back. We can't make assumptions that people can make loans from their pensions and then pay it back in 6 months, because there may not be a payback. I think that I was challenged when I learned about the proposed amendment to the pension, because as MP Terrell said, you know, you save your money so that you can retire and kick back and enjoy your life. One thing that this virus has done is exposed even and further emphasize the income inequality in Bermuda and all around the world. But it's also emphasized that we, and particularly us as Black people, have to work better together to be more financially literate, to understand wealth building, to understand wealth management. To get $1, you don't spend $1. And saving is not about how much you can save. It's about putting yourself in the habit of being able to save. So you save that $1 every week, no matter what, and you don't touch it. There have been comments about the stock market's going to rise and change. Well, what if you don't have any stock? What difference is that making to those of us that are going to be most affected by the things that are going on? And so I think that we are not going to have a new normal, and we can't sit here expecting to resume to normal. And the changes that we have to make are changes that we have to make as individuals. We have to be supportive of those that are hurting. You know, we talk abstractly about the things that we need to do, We need to do it. I need to do it. Leah Scott needs to help the family. The speaker needs to help the family. The opposition leader needs to help the family. We each need to take it on. We do not need to rely on the government and the third sector and other people who we deem to have the money to make donations to help. We can all give up $50. We can all pay a Belco bill. We can all pay a phone bill. We can all do those things. So while I applaud the minister for making this step, and I'm sure that it was a very difficult step for him to make, particularly as someone who has worked in the finance industry and understands how important pensions are and saving for retirement is. But I also recognize that we have to help and support our people in every way that we can. And it does not just consist of making amendments to legislation to allow people to have access to monies, but it also means that there has to be a collaborative and genuine community effort amongst all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The last speaker I have on the list now is the Honourable Premier. Premier, would you like to make your contribution?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be brief, but I do have quite a bit to say. And I know that today's session is going to be long. The whip was just joking.
The clock is running, so you're got it. As long as the clock is in your favor, you can keep speaking.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just hoping that I might be able to pop over to the Parliament building and get some dinner. Is that possible?
You're right. I heard everybody was coming to your residence.
Understood. Mr. Speaker, before I get to my substantive remarks, I just want to commend the Minister of Finance for his continued expert work in managing the country's finances through incredibly difficult times. Before the pandemic, of course, there was the issue of Morgan's Point, and the fact that he had to raise the debt ceiling and borrow $200 million to fulfill obligations there. And now he's had to search for additional money and additional relief inside of this particular period when we're dealing with what the country's response has to be to a pandemic. And so it is without question very challenging times for himself, but I think that all persons will realize that we are fortunate to have the Honorable Curtis L. Dickinson as the country's Minister of Finance. This bill itself is a simple bill, and the regulations to follow are something that is clearly necessary. But I think that it's important that we remember that we are talking about people's own money and savings. Yes, these are meant for retirement, but countries around the world have always allowed persons to access their pension savings in times of hardship. And even in Bermuda, as we've had this for the last 10 years. There is one thing that I want to, I think, push back a little bit on, and it was the last speaker who I agree with most of her comments, and I'll get to some of the things later. But the Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader said this whole issue of either we pay now or we pay later. And I don't necessarily accept that point, Mr. Speaker, because the fact is that if persons are wise with the money at which they withdraw for hardship, and if they use it in a situation that can actually help to better themselves, I recognize that it's some issues it's not. But when you look at things like education, where you take money out to invest in yourself, where you may take money out to, as other person was saying, to refinance a loan, where you actually put yourself in a better financial position overall. These are things that can actually be helpful. So I don't necessarily accept that you pay now or you pay later. Because the fact is that you could do certain things with money that you withdraw that can put yourself in a better financial position. And I think that that is the avenue in which we need to look at this. Also, I think that it's important to recognize that our economy is going to be incredibly challenged. So lots of countries are talking about things such as helicopter money and how do they get money to as many people as possible to make sure they can sustain demand inside their economies so that their economies do not collapse. Because it's far better to build back your economy if you only have a 5% or 6% decline in GDP, rather than building back your economy if you have a 10 or 15% decline in GDP. And so it's incumbent upon policymakers to look at whatever tools are necessary and required to make sure they can prop up the economy. And if giving people access to their own individual savings to use, to invest, to do things that will stimulate the domestic economy, those things are wise and helpful. Just as a note, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance in his brief said there are about 27,000 persons in such types of plans. And if we look at these types of plans, Mr. Speaker, and if we just assume that maybe 20,000 people were to access this amount of money that we have here, we're talking about $250 million that can go inside of our economy. And when we are looking at, for instance, when we're looking at not having planes and flights and cruise ships that are coming in, where we're looking at the amount of money that our economy is not going to earn in foreign exchange this year because of the challenge with the pandemic and which it puts towards tourism, this will fill that gap. And it is something that is necessary and essential for many persons to go ahead and to make sure to access this money. So the total pot of money at the end of December was $4.1 billion. Now, certainly the markets have declined since then, and it depends on where your assets were. The bond market certainly did rally. That's why we see interest rates at a record low. And persons who would have had their portfolios in fixed income assets may not have seen the declines as persons who may have been a little bit more aggressive and may have been in equity assets. However, if you look on a broad scale, Mr. Speaker, then we're talking about possibly a pool of about $3 to $3.5 million overall. Now, this amount that's being withdrawn at this point in time is a significant amount. But when we look at the total large, big pension picture which we have, it is not something that is overall and massive. And it's something that can apply to all residents, where we could see people who might be doing things for hardship, but people may also be doing things to put themselves, I say, in a better financial position, whether that's refinancing something small, whether or not that is paying off something that was attracting an interest rate of 8 or 9%, whereas they're not having that, and maybe even to take that money which they're using and then putting that back in their savings. So I think it's important along those lines. One of the things which is also important, which the Minister of Finance has spoken about, is the importance of making sure that we increase financial literacy. And I think that insofar as the access towards this, before we get to the point where we're going to give people the ability to access their own money in this way, we need to make sure that we are going to educate them on the best ways to use these type of funds in the ways which will put yourself in a better financial position and not a financial position that is possibly a worse financial position. The Minister of Finance spoke about this during the budget debate. It is something in which I've spoken about. It's something which was inside of our election manifesto, and it's something in which we have to be continued to committed to do. And I think at this time is an ideal time to make sure that happens. And the Minister of Finance assured his cabinet colleagues that that would be part of this plan as we roll it out. I do want to make sure that I say that this is step one. It will be recalled that in our party's delegates conference speech, insofar as our election manifesto and insofar as the statements of which were made by the Minister of Finance in support of the budget, is that before the pandemic, there was a plan to allow persons to access their pension funds, which I look at as money which is largely invested overseas, to bring that money back home so it can be put to use to building and growing and investing inside of our economy. One of the important things that we're talking about when we're talking about stimulating the economy is to get insofar as projects, when we're talking about other things, whether it be construction and the like, which persons can access this money, and that's something that will be coming in the future. So I think that it's important to recognize that this is just a first step. There'll be persons who will say that this amount of money is not enough. Some persons will be correct and some persons may be incorrect, but the fact is that this is step one. The Minister of Finance has proven himself to be very prudent. He doesn't act in a way that is irrational. He examines the overall issues, takes account of the advice of which he's given, and makes sure that we strike the correct and right balance. And I think that this first step is striking the correct and right balance. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that there have been some comments in this that we are following others. But I reject that, because this is not about following others, this is about leading. And so different countries have different responses. Our response, of course, was a massive unemployment benefit, which was introduced at the very beginning, which was quick, direct, and was given to support workers inside the economy who had been laid off. There were other steps to making sure that we're going further, such as the massive support of which the Minister of Finance has given to small and medium-sized businesses in the amount of $12 million, which will help those businesses and assist them greatly. As I said, different countries have different approaches. Some countries have chosen just to go to pensions. We've chosen to go with a broad gamut of issues to target employers directly, businesses directly, and now individuals, so they can have the ability to have some relief as well. And just like we're leading the region in testing, Mr. Speaker, I think that we're also leading the region in the varied responses which we're having to this particular pandemic. So there is more to come, Mr. Speaker. And what I'd like to do again in closing is to commend the Minister of Finance for his continued stewardship of the country's finances in a very difficult time. And I recognize that this strikes an excellent and correct balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier? The Premier, did you complete?
All done.
Oh, okay. It sounded like you just died off when we were here. Thank you for your contribution, Premier. And I don't have any other members who have indicated they wish to speak, so I'll call on the Minister of Finance to do his close up before we go to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first start by thanking my colleagues for their very, very kind words. I'd also like to thank MP Gordon Pentland for her efforts to secure my vote in the next election, because she's my MP. I wanted to assure her that I can walk into at the same time, and I view my job now as the equivalent of flying a fighter jet trying to land on an aircraft carrier in stormy seas, and the lights are out and the landing gear is not working. So I take the point around delivering regulations and all that stuff, but we are sometimes forced to kind of deal with a crisis at hand, and sometimes some things slip through the cracks while we are working to deal with more immediate issues. I want to answer a number of questions that were asked today with respect to the regulations, legislation, and how this is all going to work. In the first instance, we have decided to have the administrators be the ones responsible for the disbursement of funds that are requested by plan members with respect to this withdrawal. This withdrawal was framed in the context of a hardship withdrawal, but it is a withdrawal that is available to any person who participates in a pension plan should they choose to avail themselves to it. One of the things that we are very sensitive to is getting in the way of getting a fast result. And so in as much as we burden either plan participants or administrators with having to make decisions around assessing whether someone's claim is legitimate or not, that only adds to the work that needs to be done and potentially delays providing cash in the hands of people who may have a need to have it. I will accept that there may be some folks who probably shouldn't avail themselves to the $12,000. And my hope is that people will in a time when we're looking to get speed of execution. With respect to the comment about Cayman, I want to just kind of provide a little bit of context. The Bermuda pension regime is 20 years old, and the regime currently has a number of features in it with respect to providing for members to avail themselves to hardship withdrawals. The gamut of hardship withdrawal categories is fairly extensive, allowing for hardships with respect to mortgage payments, rent payments, health, and education. I'm advised that the Cayman legislation doesn't have any of those things, and so I would challenge the contention that we are somehow following anybody. All we are doing in this case is we are adding to the menu of options available to plan participants in an effort to kind of make sure that our plans are as effective and responsive to the needs of plan members as possible. Speaker, I want to say that the Commission is also working with administrators, providing guidance notes around how to deal with all the aspects of the processing the applications and necessary payments for plan participants who decide to avail themselves to this option. I would add that most pension administrators ably use technology in the operations of their businesses, and so I suspect that while they may, I understand the concerns around the potential volume of persons who may submit applications for withdrawals. I guess the best answer I can give on that is time will tell how well the administrators are able to process any particular volume of applications. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that I would move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. We're momentarily going to have the Deputy Speaker in the chair, so the House can go into committee. And we were adjusted. You saw activity going on just now. We were just setting up that for the Deputy. And once the Deputy is in place, we'll turn it over to the Deputy.
Thank you.
Deputy, you ready? Yeah. Okay, we're now in committee under the Deputy.
Honorable members, we are now in committee for further consideration of the bill entitled National Pension Scheme Application Pensions Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill, move clauses 1 through 5.
Continued.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act of 1998 and to make related amendments. Clause 1 provides a citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends Section 24, restrictions on refunds, to provide for refunds in the case of defined contribution pension plans and local retirement products of up to $12,000 for a specified period of time as prescribed. Clause 3, Section 35, small pensions, is amended to exempt multi-employer pension plans from the requirement to make payments to former members of the pension plan. Clause 4 amends Section 19B of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act of 2019 by removing subparagraph 2 relating to defined benefit pension plans. And Clause 5 provides for the bill to come into operation by notice published in the Gazette. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further speakers?
Yes.
The chair recognizes the honorable member, Gordon Pamplin. Pamplin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have thanked the minister for going through the clauses here. And I also thank his remarks, because yes, I am going to ask him for his. But Mr. Speaker, I have one question, and that is in respect of clause 2, subsection C. And it says This is where it brings in the issue of a lump sum in the case of a defined contribution pension plan or local retirement plan of up to $12,000. Now, the one thing that is that I'm aware of in respect of private pension, occupational pensions, is that there is such a thing as a voluntary contribution. And while we've spoken earlier about whether there's going to be a loan, and I support the minister in recognizing that in these circumstances, it's critical to get the money to the individuals as soon as possible. And we're certainly supportive of that. The question that I have is, if someone is able to or decides that they want to take the entire amount of the $12,000 to which they are to which they will have access under this legislation, and let's say they have once they've taken that drawdown, they may determine that they only have need for $3,000. Could they then put that difference back in as a voluntary contribution, which is allowed under pensions? You can put in extra money. So if they take out the 12 and they put back what they don't need immediately as a voluntary contribution, then would that would that be permitted? I mean, I don't see there's anything that precluded based on the way the regs presently exist. But I just want to make sure that that's a possibility, because
What's the question?
Yes, that is the question.
Okay, Minister, would you like to respond?
My understanding of the way plans currently work today, those persons who decide to make additional contributions into their plans have available to them the option of withdrawing those voluntary amounts as and when they choose to. So in response to the member's question, my suspicion is that inasmuch as someone decided to avail themselves to the $12,000 withdrawal and wanted to, for lack of a better term, repay themselves through a voluntary contribution, that would be permitted.
Any further speakers?
Yes, I just have more or just to take that one step further. Under the present $12,000, there is the indication that there are no fees to be deducted for this of the $12,000. The one thing that if somebody did take the route that I just spoke to under 2C, that if they did put money in as a voluntary contribution and then take it out, there would be fees that they would have to pay on those withdrawals. So I'm not advocating necessarily, but it's a question of somebody being, if you don't know between now and June of next year, whether you're going to take money out. It's a possibility for people to look at it. And I just wanted to make sure that the minister explains that they were not acting outside the law or the regulations. But other than that, I'm satisfied in that respect of clause 2.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would need to review the rules for this legislation deals with the $12,000, what I would categorize as the COVID withdrawal option. Inasmuch as a participant decided to avail themselves of this option, the law today, the law that we're passing today, does not allow for the administrator to charge a fee on that withdrawal. Should the person choose to avail themselves of the $12,000 through a different option, that may incur a fee. I'm sorry. So I think my guidance would be that they would need to make the withdrawal under the auspices of this law, this amendment.
Any further speakers?
Just if I may, for clarity, Mr. Chair.
Continue on based on what clause?
Based on what the minister has just indicated. So I'm saying take out under this clause 2C, you take out the 12,000, there is no fee. That I think we agree with. The next that we have is if they and then withdraw it, there will be fees that will be taken out. I just
the bill doesn't address that, member.
No, well, what I'm saying is that looking at how people are going to use, we have no say over how people will utilize this money once they've withdrawn on it. And some may have need for it, and I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that if somebody chose that, let's take it back to Member Scott's comment in the debate of the whole, in which anybody who's going to deal with this is going to have to take good legal counsel, and that's all I would suggest.
Any further speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had my hand up. Scott Perman, MP.
Yeah, continue, Mr. Perman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my questions all relate to Clause 2 of the bill and the insertion of a new subsection C. I have just 3 questions. The first question, as I've understood it, is that this is addressed to the minister, that these are for private sector workers or private sector pensions, and that they're for people who are not yet retired. So that if you draw down the 12K referred to at 2C, you could still draw down a further 25% upon retirement, notwithstanding that you took the 12K. So that's my first question for clarification from the minister. I might as well put all 3 with your leave, Mr. Chair.
Continue.
Yes. My second of 3 questions is this. There was some debate there was some confusion during the debate as to whether or not the drawdown of 12,000 or less is or is not linked to financial hardship. The minister very kindly allowed us to meet with the pension commissioner and some of his Ministry of Finance team yesterday. And my understanding was that it was quite clear that this 12K is not, I repeat, not limited to financial hardship. And I just would like clarification from the minister that it won't be necessary to demonstrate to the administrator on an application that there is some additional hardship above and beyond the current COVID-19 circumstances. And my third and final question, Mr. Chair, is just that the Premier in his remarks referred to this as the first phase. And if the minister could kindly elaborate upon that, whether it's anticipated there will be a further round of pension release. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, in the first instance, no, the withdrawals in this case are not being designated as hardship. And the simple reason for that is to, as I mentioned earlier, not to create a cumbersome process that requires some degree of adjudication. To the extent that persons need to avail themselves to the money, we want to give them the option to get to it as quickly as possible. To construct a process where someone would need to evaluate requests adds additional time and complexity to delivering money to people who may very well need it. With respect to kind of the first phase, I announced, I think, last week, Saturday, that we are exploring opportunities where people can access their pensions in an effort to procure money for a down payment on a first-time home or to start a business through a loan to themselves, where they would tap into their pensions, borrow money from themselves, be responsible for paying it back over some period of time at a rate of interest to be determined. The rate of interest would probably be less than what it is they could get at a local financial institution. This concept is not particularly new in the world. It's new to Bermuda. The 401k legislation that exists in the United States provides 401k plan participants with the option to borrow from themselves under certain circumstances. And we're looking at that legislation for ideas around how we could potentially replicate that same concept here in Bermuda. I think I answered all of your questions, but you kindly answered my second and third, Minister. The first one was just that the 12K is not cumulative in respect of the 25% drawdown on retirement. At least that was our understanding during the Q&A that you helpfully provided yesterday, was that someone could take 12K out now but on retirement could still take 25%. I just couldn't see anything in the bill or the regulations that addressed it, but I'd be grateful for your confirmation that that's the position. I can confirm that availing themselves to the $12,000 in this instance does not preclude them from, at a later date, taking 25% of their pension out at one time when they retire. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member Renee King. Are you there, Ms. Mayne?
Yep, I'm here, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry.
that's all right. Continue. You had your hand up to speak.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my hand was up from some time ago. That was when I spoke earlier on English.
Any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the opposition whip. I have a question.
Continue.
So,
What clause are you speaking from?
we're doing, I guess it can be clause 3, the application.
Continue.
So, my question is, with regard to the withdrawal of the $12,000 and then being able to redeposit the money, as voluntary contribution. I'd like to ask the minister, what's
One
going,
second, member. What particular clause you talking from? That's not in clause 3.
I'm sorry, sir.
Remember, we're in committee.
If you'd like to let another person, then I'll come back.
Okay. Any further speakers? Minister, there's no further speakers. Whip, do you want to go? And because the minister can wrap up. Minister,
It's fine.
can you continue, Minister? Move your clauses.
Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 through 5.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 5 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none.
No objection.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Any objections to that?
No.
Yes, approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that?
What?
There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Bing bong.
Members, the bill has been reported back to the House. Is there any objections to that? No objections to the House, the bill of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act 2020 being reported. It has now been put. That now moves us on to the next item. The next item is the consideration of National Pension Scheme Refund Temporary Regulation 2020. And again, in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister, are you ready to present?
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 23-3 be suspended to enable the House to proceed with the consideration of the order entitled the National Pension Scheme Refund Temporary Regulations 2020, proposed to be made by the Minister of Finance in the exercise of the powers conferred by Section 24(9)(c) of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act of 1998.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present the National Pension Scheme Refund Temporary Regulations 2020 for the consideration of honorable members. Mr. Speaker, the just passed National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act of 2020 provided the authority to permit members and former members of defined contribution pension plans and individual local retirement products to be able to voluntarily withdraw up to $12,000. The amendment The amended act has already clearly set out the rationale for allowing these withdrawals, and these regulations provide the framework for applying the withdrawal and other related matters, such as the manner of making an application, applicants having more than one account, statement of account, incomplete or defective applications, consideration of applications, decisions of administrators, payment of refunds, non-imposition of charges by administrators, administrator compliance, administrator record keeping, administrator reporting to the commission, and commencement and expiration of the regulations and supplementary provisions. Mr. Speaker, applicants for this type of financial hardship refunds are primarily made to the Pension Commission. However, to increase efficiency and timeliness of refunds, the applications for these refunds will be made by the pension plan administrators. These regulations provide various checks and balances to ensure applications are correct and that plan members only apply once in their lifetime and limit the withdrawal to not more than $12,000 for all accounts held by the applicant. Mr. Speaker, the Pension Commission is currently preparing guidance notes for the administrators to ensure this process runs smoothly and so that we can put money into members' pockets as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the specifics of the proposed regulations are as follows. Regulation 1, self-explanatory and provides for the citation of the regulations. Regulation 2 inserts various definitions. Regulation 3 provides for those that can apply under the regulations and the time limit for making such applications. Regulation 4 provides for the process for applying for a refund. Regulation 5 enables persons with more than one account to submit an application for any or all of their accounts, but limits the total refund to $12,000 for all such accounts. Regulation 6 requires a statement of account to be received from an administrator within 7 working days. Regulation 7 provides for the handling of incomplete or defective applications. Regulation 8 provides for the consideration of applications by administrators and restrictions on approving such applications. Regulation 9 provides for the decisions of administrators and notification of such to applicants. Regulation 10 provides for the payment of refunds for any approved application within 20 working days. Regulation 11 provides prohibits administrators from imposing a charge in performing their duties or requirements under the regulations. Regulation 12 provides for the administrator's compliance with the regulations, notwithstanding any contrary terms of a pension plan or local retirement product, and having regard to any advice or guidance issued by the Commission. Regulation 13 specifies record-keeping requirements by administrators. Regulation 14 provides for the requirement to submit reports to the Commission and the information contained in such reports. And Regulation 15 provides for the commencement of the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the shadow.
Yes, Shadow Minister, go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. The regulations as articulated by the minister, both all from 1 through 15, have reduced writing and descriptive exactly why. I have no comments on the regulations themselves, and just to say that I believe that every consideration has been put into these regs, and they are acceptable to us as the opposition, and for that we have no objection.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other member wish to speak? None? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that said draft regulations be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency the Governor.
Any objections to that? No objections? So moved. So done. And now brings us to the next order, which is the National Pension Scheme Lump Sum Refund Retiree Regulation 2020. And again, in the name of Minister of Finance, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 23-3 be suspended to enable the House to proceed with the consideration of the order entitled the National Pension Scheme Lump Sum Refund Retiree Regulations 2020, proposed to be made by the Minister of Finance in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 24(9)(b) of the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Act of 1998.
Any objections to that, members? No objections. Continue on, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present the National Pension Scheme Lump Sum Refund Retirees Regulations 2020 for the consideration of honorable members. Mr. Speaker, late last year, the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment Act 2019 provided, amongst other things, for a member or former member of a pension plan or local retirement account to receive a refund of up to 25% of their account balance, provided they had attained normal retirement age 65 and had retired. Mr. Speaker, the government's policy objective was then and is still now that retirees should have greater access to their pension funds in order to assist them with their financial needs and plans during their retirement years. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, such enhanced access is becoming more common amongst developed countries' occupational pension schemes, and these regulations provide the framework for applying for the refund and other related matters, such as the manner of making applications, statement of account, incomplete or defective applications, consideration of applications, determining the amount of the refund, notification of the Commission's decision, record keeping, payment to an applicant, prohibition on the imposition of charges by an administrator, administrator compliance with the regulations, commencement of the regulations, and supplementary provisions. Mr. Speaker, the specifics of the proposed regulations are as follows. Regulation 1 is self-explanatory and provides for the citation of the regulations. Regulation 2 inserts various definitions. Regulation 3 provides for those that can apply under the regulations. Regulation 4 provides for various application requirements. Regulation 5 requires a statement of account to be provided to the applicant from an administrator within 7 working days. Regulation 6 provides for the handling of incomplete or defective applications. Regulation 7 provides for the consideration of applications by the Commission and restrictions on approving such applications. Regulation 8 provides for the consideration of an applicant's vested amount only. Regulation 9 provides for Commission's notification to an applicant of a decision. Regulation 10 provides for the record keeping by the Commission. Regulation 11 specifies the requirements by administrators to make payments within 20 working days of receipt of direction from the Commission. Regulation 12 prohibits regulators from imposing a charge in performing their duties or requirement under regulation. Regulation 13 provides for the administrator's compliance with the regulations notwithstanding any contrary term of a pension plan or local retirement product and having regard to any advice or guidance issued by the Commission. Regulation 14 provides for the commencement of the regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member who should speak to this?
Yes, Speaker Shadow Minister.
Yes, Shadow Minister, continue on.
Thank you, sir. And I thank the Minister for going through those regs. I just have one question, and that is in respect of a lump sum refund. Is this lump sum refund exclusive of or inclusive of the normal drawdowns that someone would make on their pensions? I think the current regulations provide for the balance of an account as at 12/31, and up until age 70, the retiree can actually qualify for 7% of the balance as of the previous 31st of December. Subsequent to age 70, from age 70 on, they are entitled to draw down 10% of the balance as of the previous December. Are we saying that this one-time 25% is instead of, or is this 25? Well, it's a one-time lump sum. So my question is is this instead of money, the 7% or the 10% that members would otherwise take? I'm just not sure if the
Are you finished, Mamba?
I didn't know what happened. It just kind of
Continue on.
Okay, yeah, I was saying that these regs did come to us, yesterday evening, so I didn't have a chance to really look at how they intertwine. So if the minister could maybe just answer that question for me, then that might be able to explain to me what my challenges are. So in other
Mr.
words,
Speaker,
sorry, go ahead, Minister.
Minister, would you like to? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member has more to add to her question, I will take that on so I can answer her question as comprehensively as possible.
Want to finish her comment?
Please, sir.
Okay, MP, you can continue. Minister, wait till you're done.
Okay, no, thanks. What I was saying, I wouldn't know if there's more to ask unless I get the answer. So really what I'm trying to find out is this is a lump sum, 25%. Presumably this is available only one time. So it's not like every year you can take 25%, you can take it one time from your balance. So members at the moment can take X% of their pension balance as of 12/31 of the year before, 7% up until age 70 and 10% after age 70. So we are now halfway through the year. So if somebody has been taking their 7% of the balance that they had at 12/31, can they now say, I want to be able to take 25% of the balance as of the most recent statement, the relevant statement, or is the total amount that they will be able to draw down in any given year be constrained by the 25% of the balance?
Have you finished?
That's my question.
Okay. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lump sum withdrawal or refund is a one-time option, and it does not impact a member's ability to avail themselves to the other refund options that may exist once they've hit retirement age.
Okay, and I didn't see, does this also have a date? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Does this also have a date within which this is going to be made, or is this gift or can be made one time in any given year? So in other words, the 12,000 that we looked at earlier is going to be withdrawn. You have the option to do until June 2021. This 25%, is this available to any member who is retired, who has a pension fund, and any one time they wish can take that 25% out?
Mr. Speaker, in referring to my brief, I think the only requirement, and I would add one, is that you have turned 65 and that you have money in your account.
Yeah, that I understand, Mr. Speaker, if I may. But the question,
continue on.
I just wanted clarity that when you turn 65, so it could happen at any time in the future. So in other words, there's no date certain by which an applicant, so it's not effective for people who are 65 or above now. It's applicable to whenever somebody turns 65, they will then be able to take out 25% of their balance. Let me make sure that that's clear.
Minister?
Okay, so the guidance that I can give the member is that they have to have attained the age of 65, and that they are no longer, and they have to have had retired.
Yes.
So it can be they can wait until they're 70, they're 71 and a half, or they're 80. The option is available to them as long as they have retired and they've gone past 65 years old.
And one time they can do it only. the 25%.
That's right.
Okay,
The
got it.
availability of the option has no expiry date, but it's a one-time option.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sounds like Mr. Simons. Mr. Simons, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, on that same.
You can get your money, Cole.
On that same point.
You're right here.
If you have retired at 65, I've heard the minister say that the retiree may withdraw 25% of that balance. If I retire at 65 and then I take a hustle 3 months later, where does that put us? Because some of these retirees are lasting longer and beginning to work after retirement. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're delving into an area for which I'm not an expert, which is the Employment Act, and I'm not sure what constitutes, if there's a requirement, what the definition of retired actually means. If one decides to work a hustle or a part-time job, if that is a disqualifying event for being designated as having been retired. So I would need to seek additional guidance from technical officers, either in the Pension Commission and or the AG's chambers, with respect to what the legal definition of the word retired and what gives rise to it being changed. Should someone have reached the legal retirement age and has retired from their primary job, but has decided to take on incremental responsibility and work during their retirement?
That is correct. That is correct.
So I'm awaiting a response from my technical officers, and so we'll see if they can provide some clarity for us, with your indulgence.
Let's see if we can give you a couple of minutes. Anybody, any other member have a question for the minister while we're waiting for that technical response?
I have a question. It's the opposition whip.
Whip.
So, if a person is nearing the retirement age now, within the next year, they can withdraw the $12,000 because we've just passed that legislation, and they can then redeposit that $12,000 as a voluntary contribution. Then a year and a half later, they turn 65. Will that mean that they're eligible for the 25% that they can withdraw under these regs? And they also will be able to withdraw the $12,000 because it's now a voluntary contribution?
Minister?
I believe that is correct, Mr. Speaker. My understanding of voluntary contributions are at any point in time, whether a plan participant is retired or still actively employed, they can avail themselves to their voluntary contributions and any investment income that is associated with those funds having been invested over whatever period of time they were deployed with the fund administrator.
Can I
Yes, you can
put a point of clarification?
You're right here.
Because I think this is something that the financial secretary said with respect to age 65. If afterwards you continue working, in Cole's scenario, if you continue working, you're not making any pension contributions, but your employer is, and therefore you get additional, the amount of your pension goes up on the basis that you're having more money being put into the fund. I think that's what you're asking partially, Cole.
I'm asking about access. So I have retired and I decide a month later, as the finance minister said, to take on a responsibility that may be almost as equal to my pre-retirement job. will that disqualify me from withdrawing my 25% option?
Well, technically, you're still retired, according to the act.
He's got an opinion on that, Gene.
Well, I'm just
So, Mr. Speaker, my technical team tell me that people who retire then subsequently are employed, that is outside the scope of these regulations.
So what does it mean? Yes or no?
Minister, it might be helpful if you can give a sort of layman's explanation of that response for the members.
Okay, I'm reading the notes that are coming in. Speak. Just give me a moment, please.
Sure, no problem.
While we're waiting, Mr. Speaker, can I just ask a supplementary question about to the question I previously asked?
Yes, you can go ahead and ask a question.
So Minister, what's going to stop a run on a whole bunch of people going to the pension administrator, withdrawing the $12,000, and then redepositing it as a voluntary contribution, so that later on they can then take their 25% and this additional 12,000, which would have, under any other circumstances, been sort of in the restricted part of the pension. Once it becomes deposited as voluntary contribution, people can take it out whenever they want. So you could have thousands of people coming in to take out the 12,000 and redepositing it as a voluntary contribution.
I would say that the honorable member is correct that people can take money out of one pool and put it back into another. But at the end of the day, if you do the math, 25% of $12,000 is $3,000. So people are engaging in a very, very interesting set of choreography to get a $3,000 benefit, which hardly seems worth the effort.
Well, no, it wouldn't be a $3,000 benefit because the 25% is based on your pension in general. The 12,000 would be added to all of the voluntary contributions that you've been making over the years.
But if you want to get the money out, and you can get it out through the $12,000 withdrawal feature from your restricted pool, you take the money out and you can do whatever it is you want to do with it. The fact that you put it back into your voluntary piece means that you basically taking the money from one pool and put it to the other pool. But if you apply the 25% withdrawal to the restricted pool, the money you've moved out across the way is the money that's actually the actual change. And so you multiply the 25% by the change to get the real benefit, which is $3,000.
It would be $3,000 added to all the rest of your pension that you could get 25% out of anyway, right?
It's 25% of, well, you can take all the voluntary stuff out anyway. And on the other side, you would have reduced your restricted pool by 12 grand, which means that effectively you would have reduced the money you would have been able to take out of that. Because let's say it's $112, and you take 12 out, move it to the other side. You now can get 25 out, as opposed to if you had 112 in, you can have 28. It's a very interesting exercise to do to get a big benefit of $3,000.
Can I just clarify that, if I may, Mr. Speaker?
Sure. I'm sorry.
Ask a clarifying question. And that is, so when one is determining the statement and the balance against which the 25% is applied, well, is that statement for 25% of voluntary plus involuntary, or is it 25% of the involuntary? What is it that we're being allowed to withdraw?
You can take 25% of your balance in your pension account, which is the sum of the voluntary and the mandatory.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But you can also take all of your voluntary any day of the week that you wanted to. So there is a potential. There are scenarios where you can actually get more than 25% out from your retirement.
Yes, got it.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Minister, we're allowing a little bit of leniency here and allowing the conversation to go back and forth because we're given time for you to get the technical response that you needed. Are you here to sort of wrap this up?
I am. I want to give the response. So the technical response, which unfortunately may not be particularly helpful to the member, is that the regulations cannot be expected to cover a potential event after a member changes their employment status. The refund application is based on their status at the time of the application. And so what I think I'm reading here in plain English is at the time that you retire and you make your application to get your 25%, that money is paid to you. Should your status change after the payment has been made, the regulations don't cover that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Minister, I think the allowing of the exchange so that has been helpful, and members, I think you appreciate the attempt to get answers to that for you.
Mr. Speaker, I guess we know who's retirement age now. I guess so.
That's about right, Minister.
Now.
With that said, Minister, I think we've had the comments that are going to be made. Would you like to move this one?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, I move that said draft regulations be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency the Governor.
Any objections to that?
No objection, Speaker.
No objections? Good.
We're asking questions on behalf of the population, not per.
Okay. I'll take that as continue no objections. And Minister, that the matter has been moved and the appropriate message will be sent to the Governor, which brings that matter to a close. We'll now move on to the next item on the order of paper, which is item number 4. The motion in the name of the Premier. Premier, would you like to put your motion? Premier?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 23-3 be suspended to enable the House to now proceed with consideration of the motion under my name on the order paper.
Any objections to that? No objections. Continue, Minister. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move this Honorable House to now take under consideration the following motion: that this Honorable House take note of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Continuing Precautions Regulations 2020.
Any objections? No objections. Continue on, Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though this is a take note motion, I would like to at least reserve a right of reply if I could. After honorable members have spoken, as I have said, that I'm anxious to hear feedback that any colleagues may have, as we can take them into account in any particular changes to the regulations.
It'll have to be a very brief one, Premier.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the title of these regulations suggests, these are continuing precautions that follow the previous 4 weeks of shelter in place that existed in Bermuda from the 4th of April, 2020. Mr. Speaker, in moving that this House take under consideration these regulations, it is important for honorable members of the public to appreciate the parameters of this debate. Because these regulations are in force already and have been so since the morning of the 2nd of May. This House and the other place have the ability to extend them beyond the 31st of May by a resolution and a message to the governor. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, under Section 6 of the Emergency Powers Act, both houses can request by message to the governor that the regulations or any part thereof be annulled. Then the governor shall, as soon as may be by notice to the Gazette, declare the regulations or such part to be annulled. Mr. Speaker, I do not propose to rehearse the detailed history of the pandemic response in which we have been engaged. These regulations form the support of the Phase 1 reopening of Bermuda, to which I referred in my public comments last week and in which we find ourselves in now. The aim is to restart the economic engine that is Bermuda and to safely recommence those operations while we can, preparing for the steps to come in subsequent phases. Mr. Speaker, the principal points to note from these regulations are as follows. First, a nighttime curfew is maintained between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Second, under the current regulations, there remain specific categories of businesses that must remain closed. For example, bars and clubs, spas, barbers, gyms, sport clubs, and restaurant dining services. For other services, the law still requires an employer to arrange for his or her employees to work remotely from home, if that is reasonably practicable. Those businesses that cannot operate remotely at home are no longer required to be closed, but what is important is the appropriate physical distancing is strictly observed for the employees that are required to come into work. It's an important thing to note, Mr. Speaker, because there are businesses which may have 50 or 60 persons, although maybe only 5 of them are actually required to be at their place of work, where others can be and continue to work at home. What is important, Mr. Speaker, is to note that customers are not permitted to enter business premises, so that any services provided are only able for delivery and or curbside collection or able to be conducted through electronic means. So in the cases of law firms and other businesses that require there to be a few essential personnel that may still need to be inside of the particular office, that does not mean that all persons are allowed back in the office, and it is against the law and the regulations is written for all persons to be in any type of particular office, or for an employer to mandate that an employee come to the office, whereas it is actually practicable for them to do that work at home. Where appropriate physical distancing is not observed, the regulations permit the Minister of Health to close the business until there is compliance with these important public health conditions. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to capture every scenario in an unfolding situation like this pandemic. Regulations have been drafted in such a way to complement the guidance provided by the Ministry of Health about how we interact with one another in social settings or while we carry out these functions permitted under the regulations. We are aware that not every situation is covered and that in some cases there may be minor variance between the content of the regulations and the health guidance. We have been made aware of these minor variances, and I am advised that by the end of this debate, the Ministry of Health would have finalized the adjustment of anything which may not be in exact keeping with the regulations. Mr. Speaker, having been in force for almost a week, we have noted the need for 3 additional amendments, which I'll share with honorable members at this time. I therefore, with permission of the Cabinet, invited the Governor to approve an amendment that will permit weddings to take place with 10 people, including the officiant. A further amendment to prohibit scuba diving in this Phase 1. And finally, an amendment to permit money service businesses to open on similar terms as pet shops, restricting the number of customers inside at any given time. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the first change is perhaps down to the spring air or the shelter-in-place after effects, and we have noted requests for couples to be married. And whilst the regulations permit funerals, this equally important ceremony and celebration should not be eliminated, even in the time of COVID-19. The regulations will allow for marriages and domestic partnerships to be entered into. Second, on the second change, Mr. Speaker, medical and public health advice strongly suggests that recreational scuba diving and the risk presented by a rescue situation cannot be mitigated presently, as the oxygen for the recompression chamber at KBMH has been diverted to be available for additional ventilators if needed, and such there would be no ability to treat a diver with the beds. Additionally, a dive-related rescue is high risk of COVID transmission if either victim or rescuer is asymptomatic. Money service businesses provide an alternative to banking services for many citizens who, in many cases, are not able to avail themselves of standard bank accounts to receive funds or cash checks. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken of the need for us as a government and a community to be flexible. It is important that all of us in this country are flexible during these times. That flexibility is not just something to be taken lightly, as these regulations are subject to change based upon whatever we are encountering in our healthcare system. Rebuilding an economy is important, but saving the lives of the people we serve is critical. I'm pleased, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to commend these regulations for the consideration of the House, and I look forward to any feedback that members may have on these particular regulations. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the phases do not have a determined time. However, by the next time at which we sit, we may be into phase 2, and we may have an entirely new set of regulations to govern those particular sections. But that, of course, will only be upon public health advice, and I cannot say for certain whether or not that will be the case. But I think it's important that I hear feedback from honorable members on this regulation in case there's any type of adjustments which may be needed. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that as the Cabinet has requested, those 3 amendments of which have been requested have all been gazetted already, and they have been consented to by His Excellency, the Governor.
Premier, are you complete?
I am done, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to hear the feedback of other members.
Hey, Premier, I expected a little longer, but that's quite all right. I'm not going to grumble.
Mr. Speaker, we've had these regulations for about a week. I'm sure that everyone has had the chance to read them, and the entire country has been operating under these premises for the last week.
No problem. Would any other member like to speak and be as brief as the Premier? Any other member like to speak, please? No other member?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Chairman?
MP Thurman.
Yes. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't promise to be as brief as the Premier, but I will give a crack.
Go ahead.
It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that today the House has been discussing the issue of pensions, which in most conversations would bore people to tears. And yet we've heard some of the most passionate speeches coming today from members of this House. And that's because when you consider pensions, and particularly pension money in this particular time, there's a human element to that. And I would respectfully suggest, as boring as the word regulations sounds, there's a human element to regulations as well. And I was delighted to hear the Premier confirm to the House today that parliamentary scrutiny of regulations is welcomed. And I will take him at face value. To get excised or excited or even upset about regulations and the way in which they come to Parliament may seem overly technical or overly lawyerly or overly boring. But regulations are the law, and the law is that which governs us. And therefore, if people and citizens are to know what it is they may do or they may not do, and how they can stay within the rules, particularly in times of crisis, it's important that we have clarity on regulations. And it's also important to remember that it is Parliament that is supreme. With respect, it is not the Premier, it is not the Cabinet, it is Parliament. And why is it that we have delegated legislation? What is delegated legislation? We in Parliament, we pass acts and we debate them like we did today with the pensions bill, the amendment. But our system of laws also allows for delegated legislation, or someone to be told that they may put in place the rules. And that's what a regulation is. We have statutory instruments, which are orders and regulations. But really what it is, it's Parliament putting trust in a particular person to make delegated rules. We're saying to the minister in question, and most often it is a minister, in this case it's the governor, but most often regulations are made by ministers. We, Parliament, are saying to a minister, we have trust in you to make the rules. And it's for that reason, because of the trust that is at the very heart of delegated rules, of regulations, it's for that reason why it's so important to ensure that Parliament has continuing scrutiny over what it is the minister does with Parliament's permission. And so when the opposition pointed out 2 weeks ago that a whole series of regulations had been made but hadn't been tabled in Parliament, that was, with respect, not a technical complaint or criticism or even a political volley across the net. It was an attempt to recognize that delegated rules made by ministers or by cabinet or by the premier or by the governor do need to come back to Parliament for the scrutiny of Parliament as a whole. Now, as legislators, we know that there are two ways that regulations can come to Parliament. There's the affirmative resolution procedure, and there's the negative resolution procedure. And I appreciate that these are dry and boring terms, but they're important because the affirmative resolution procedure means that regulations must come before the House for debate, whereas the negative resolution procedure means that regulations come to the House, and where someone chooses, they are taken up for debate within a 21-day period, as provided under the 1977 Act. And so, yes, it's true that not every regulation will be debated by the House. Every regulation may not be even read carefully by the House. But all regulations are to come to the House so that Parliament, and indeed the Senate as well, have the opportunity to scrutinize what is being done by a minister in the name of Parliament. And so, against that background, it is important today, and I thank the Premier and his government, we, the opposition, thank the Premier and his government for tabling the regulations that were tabled today. They tabled some 25 regulations. And there was some discussion earlier about whether these were regulations that were coming from the governor or whether these were regulations that were coming from the government. And the Premier was quite right. Some of these regulations, 3 or 4 of them, came from the governor in his capacity as the governor, exercising his constitutional powers. But the vast majority of them did not come from the governor. They came from the minister, and in particular, the Minister of Health. And it is right and proper that when a regulation is passed by a minister, it must come to this House. And it is right and proper that people in this House, not just the opposition, but anyone in the House, including the backbench of the government party, has the opportunity to pick up a particular regulation and call upon a debate of it. Because that's what parliamentary scrutiny is about. Checks and balances, just to make sure that the law isn't what someone may say it is, but the law is what Parliament decides it is. And against that background, let me turn to the regulations that were passed on Saturday, the ones that apply to us now. It doesn't seem sensible, at least in my view, to talk about all of the regulations that came before, because as the Premier quite rightly observed, these things are fluid, they are transitional, not every situation is covered, and even if you put all the best minds in Bermuda around a table and try to come up with the best possible regulations, something will be overlooked, something will be forgotten, or some things may not make sense. And we accept that. The current regulations are the continuing precautions, the emergency powers COVID-19 continuing precautions regulations 2020. And as those of us in Parliament know, but most people in Bermuda don't, every time a statutory instrument is published, it's given a number. And it's given a number particular to a particular year. So the first statutory instrument of 2020 will be called number 1/2020, and so on. And I pause to make that observation because the continuing precautions regs, the ones that apply to us right now, are in fact BR, Bermuda Regulation 45 of 2020. So we have had 45 different statutory instruments since the beginning of the year. Not all of those have come to the House. And we would respectfully suggest that they should. Not because there is always going to be an MP who picks one up for debate, but because procedure is important. It's important to make sure that things are done correctly, and wherever possible, people have clarity to know the law that applies to them. As to the continuing precaution regulations that we're talking about right now, we, the opposition, and there will be others who speak after me, but we, the opposition, do wish to take the Premier up on his invitation that we point out certain areas where we think they might be improved. And indeed, last Friday, we pointed some of these things out to the government, and we will continue to do so. And we very much hope that in the recently recognized spirit of bipartisanship, that some of these may be taken up, because they are offered in good faith to attempt to improve the regulations that apply to Bermudians, to our citizenry, and also, and importantly, to try to provide greater clarity. Because if you know what the rules are, it's easier to make sure you stay within them and don't fall afoul of them. We, or I in particular, have 6 observations, some of which have been given to me by my colleagues, by my parliamentary colleagues, and some are mine. But here are a grab bag of 6 observations about the current set of continuing precautions regulations that may or may not be improved upon, or may simply be areas of concern. Firstly, as we understood it, there were a series of permissions granted during the shelter at home period. And it was our respectful recommendation that those existing permissions ought to have been continued into the continuing precaution period, rather than transitioning where everyone had to apply again, where the government had to vet applications again. I appreciate and understand that the Minister of National Security is approaching this area with a degree of flexibility.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker.
Laws to take a point of order from Minister Keynes.
Of course, of course.
Mr. Speaker, and Chairman is misleading the House. On the second shelter in place, people did not have to reply. Their approval was simply continued on. Thank you, Mr.
You were a bit muffled at times. It may not come out as clear. Can you get a little closer to your mic so we can actually hear it?
Mr. Speaker, on the second shelter in place, people did not have to reapply.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Perry?
Thank you. I really, I had trouble hearing the response. I think what the Honorable Minister said is that on the second shelter in place, you did not have to reapply.
Reapply, correct. That's what it did say.
Yes, I don't think that that's what I was saying, because of course we had 2 shelters in place. And what I'm talking about is the transition from last week to this week, from the shelter in place regulations, of which there were at least 2 sets, to the continuing precaution regulations that now apply to us. So if I misled in any way by what I was saying, it was not my intention. My understanding was that when we moved from the shelter in place position, there was a requirement to reapply into the continuing precautions position. And we had suggested that that just made more work for the minister, who was already overtaxed and very busy in this, with legitimate reason, in this crisis. Mr. Speaker, our second of 6 points is that these regulations make quite clear what it is that is a prohibited business, and make quite clear what it is that is a permitted business. But where they are slightly unclear, where there is a lack of clarity, and which could be improved upon in our respectful submission, is the things in the middle. And I know that the government issued a subsequent flow chart with green and red and amber, trying to make clear what happens to those in the middle. But when one looks at the regulations and compares regulation 9, for example, which is permitted businesses, and then compares that with regulation 8, which is remote working where reasonably practicable. Regulation 8 says where reasonably practicable, an employer shall arrange for his employees to work remotely from home. Well, that's well and good if that can happen, but what the regulations don't really explain is where it's not reasonably practicable. And I appreciate that certain answers have since been given, but those answers don't represent the law for the reasons I said at the outset. And so, as best we can, and I appreciate it's not a perfect world, we would suggest that greater clarity is required for those things that fall in the middle, because it is the vast majority of our working population who do fall in the middle. There are those, obviously, who have gyms, and there are those who have laundromats, but most are in the middle. And so there was a lack of clarity there, or a bit of a lacuna. To the credit of the government, efforts have been made to clarify that since by other documentation. Our third point relates to Section 18, and Section 18 is about enforcement powers. And we have, actually it's the third and fourth, but we have two concerns here about Section 18. One is the apparent power that it gives to enforcement officers to regulate these regulations. And it says this at subsection 3, for the purpose of exercising the power in paragraphs 1 and 2, which is the power of the enforcement officers, an enforcement officer may enter any place other than a private residence. We appreciate it as a crisis. We appreciate that these regulations were drafted quickly, but giving an enforcement officer, the power to enter any place other than a private residence is a broad power indeed, because that allows entry into private places that are not residences. And I'm not sure if that was intentional, and we would respectfully suggest that that should be reconsidered when these regulations are amended. Because, of course, access to any private property is something that is typically regulated by the courts and by warrants, etc. The second observation in respect of Section 18 is about 18.4. Now, just as a reminder to those who haven't perhaps read every single line in these regulations, enforcement officers include not only our police, but also the Bermuda Regiment. And so if one looks at 18 subsection 4, it expressly grants an enforcement officer the power to use reasonable force if necessary in the exercise of a power under this regulation. And so we would just question the extent to which granting powers to use reasonable force to detain citizens is a power that really should be limited to the police and not extended to the regiment. And we would invite consideration as to the training that those separate categories of people have had, because it would be an unfortunate thing indeed if someone for the regiment were called upon to use reasonable force in circumstances where he or she may not have the adequate training to do so. Also in this section, there is a concept of offenses. And we have 2 points there. One is it's not entirely clear whether or not it's permissible under the Emergency Powers Act to impose a fine at all, because the Emergency Powers Act seems to give the impression at Section 7 that the imposition or variation of any tax or fiscal duty is impermissible as an exercise of emergency powers. That's a matter for the Attorney General's chambers to take a look at. But the other concern, and this is really constructive criticism, and I hope it's taken in that spirit, which was our suggestion that it would be really helpful where the police and the regiment are really strained to allow them to deal with the populace in a lesser way, in a way that doesn't involve an arrest or criminal penalty, I know this is something that the Minister of National Security is aware of because it's been raised with him for discussion. And I know from what he said at one of the press conferences that he thought that this was a commendable idea and it's being explored further. And certainly, if one is familiar with the philosophical concept of nudge governance, where you try to nudge people to do things rather than take a stick at them, it would be helpful for those who are struggling, no doubt, as enforcement officers, or perhaps more so in the last 4 weeks than presently, to have that ability to have a lesser nudge power. The ability perhaps to issue an on-the-spot fine was one of the things that the Minister of National Security referenced in his press conference. As I said, there will be others who will speak after me, but the last point, and it's one that's really appeared a lot on the blogs for those who may unfortunately have time to look at them, as most of us have a bit more time on our hands these days. But that is the definition in Clause 2 of the regulations about appropriate physical distancing, because the definition seeks to include additional guidance published by the Ministry of Health on the government website. And again, respectfully, because I know these things were prepared as quickly as time allowed, but it's not a good idea as a matter of legislation to seek to incorporate by reference a website which will vary from time to time, because there is a fluidity in the material that's incorporated into the legislation. So you never have the opportunity to really know what the legislation says. The regulations do need to be a snapshot of enforceability. And if they incorporate by reference something that is fluid and changing, you never know what the law was at a particular time. And I know that there were some people in the blogs who said, oh, well, these regulations don't make the law and people can do what they want. And the definition of appropriate physical distancing was invalid for that reason. And they may well be right about that point. And I think it's a point that could easily be corrected by amendment to improve the regulations or the next set of regulations, so that there is greater clarity as to what the rules are, so that Bermudians can do their best to obey them and abide by them, and also get along with their life and business as best they can in these trying times. So stepping back and concluding, thank you for being given the opportunity to comment on these regulations. As I say, I know there are other members of the opposition at very least who do wish to speak to them. But above all, what we need to do is give clarity. And to the extent that other regulations haven't been tabled in the House by the government, I know the Premier invited the opposition to clarify what regulations those may have been, and we will take them up on that offer. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak at this time?
If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister Gaines.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you. It was clear when you did come closer to the mic before. Maybe I suggest you come closer again so that all members can hear you. You look like you have a real hot work session going on there.
Absolutely, absolutely. This what you're seeing on the screen is the nerve center of the Ministry of National Security. Look at both boards, and I'll describe it for the listening audience. You will see what is only described as the nerve center of the Ministry of National Security. I listened with great interest as Shadow Attorney General described legislation, and these are my words, that has been shepherded through almost, Mr. Speaker, made it seem like it did not have the level of consideration. Made it seem like, and these are my words, that we did not follow the democratic process. Mr. Speaker, we have had, since March 17, 2020, we had the appointment of health officers. I'm going to shoot the legislative timeline. In March 17th, there was the assent of the Public Health Amendment Act 2020. March 20th, the Public Health closure. March 23, Public Health closures again. March 24th, Public Health COVID-19 update. March 29th, the Summary Offenses Current Report. March 29th, Public Health closure. March 29th, the Summary Offenses Current Report. March 31st, the Health Officers Appointment under the Quarantine Act. April 4th, Emergency Powers COVID Shelter in Place Regulation. April 2nd, Quarantine Income and Traveler Order 2020. April 9th, Emergency Powers COVID Shelter in Place Amendment Regulations 2020. April 16th, Residential Cares Home and Nursing Amendment Act Regulations 2020. April 19th, Emergency Powers COVID-19 Shelter in Place Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2020. April 21st, 2020. Quarantine Extension of Quarantine Order 2020. April 24th, Emergency Powers COVID-19 Shelter in Place Amendment Number 3, Regulations 2020. May 2nd, Emergency Powers COVID-19 Continuing Precautions Regulations 2020. Mr. Speaker, we have been living in what we can call perilous times. Since 1918, this country, the world, has not seen anything of the like. We have had to be able to be fleet-footed, to be able to pivot, to be able to have the Attorney General's chambers and draftsmen, the cabinet, taking advice from the EMO, taking advice from the disaster risk reduction and mitigation team, and put together a plan which includes legislation to protect this country from an enemy that is not seen. It is very easy to sit back and to now quarterback on Monday morning. We were given a set of circumstances and we had to ensure that everything that we said had the requisite law and the regulations in place to allow us to protect and save this country. And we did so. At the appropriate time, all the legislation. And remember this, Mrs. Speaker, at the time, were we in the House? Did we have the ability to have the meetings online? Did we have to put those things in place? It is very myopic now to almost very strategically become deaf and tone deaf to the circumstances that we were under. This party understands the significance of democracy. We understand the importance of having everyone to see.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Is that opposition leader?
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Yeah, unfortunately, the honorable member is misleading the House of the intent of this discussion that we are having. It was very, very, very clear that we were given and are being given the opportunity to now reflect on these things to help give more input. There is no intent to be myopic. There is no intent to quarterback after the fact. And I believe that the honorable member is being touchy on the issue when we're just simply stating out 6 areas that we felt could have been taken on, and we will continue to state those. I understand that this is a tough time, but we're using this measure that we have in place right now to simply state that we feel certain things can be done. We recognize clearly that this is a fluid situation, and we don't envy the position that the Honorable National Minister of National Security is in. We know that he is doing a valiant work, but please let's not mislead the public to think that we are quarterbacking from behind.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'm sure you'd have an opportunity when you have the floor to clarify your position. Minister, like to continue?
Mr. Speaker, I think the genesis is that the assertion was that we have much more careful, and this is words that got from learned Attorney General. We're looking at democracy and these inputs that I took, and I stand correct, that we did not bring the regulations to the House in a fashion and at a time we felt was fast, and that it should have come here first. And I simply laid the groundwork to show the length and breadth of the 19th legislation that we did on the first that was first of March 7th, and the last and the last on May 2nd. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go direct to the legislation. We're looking at section 18, section 3, and the Attorney General paused and he made reference to the purpose of exercising the power, and enforcement power under section 1 and 2, and enforcement power may enter any place other than a private residence. The question was that was a lot of power for an enforcement officer to go into any place other than a private residence. The very nature of what we're trying to do is to be able to go enforcement officers to be able to go into businesses to see if they are indeed following regulations? How could an officer go into a business to see if they were socially distanced, if they had the proper cleaning hygiene, if they were following the regulations, if they did not have the law to allow them to go inside the building? That's the first point. An enforcement officer, the next point in subsection 4, an enforcement officer may use reasonable force if necessary, in exercising the power of this regulation. Again, the learned Shadow Attorney General, his point was that there was a difference in training between the Bermuda Regiment and the Bermuda Police Service. Well, I take great umbrage in that assertion. Both services have a level of training and the requisite training to allow them to understand the use of reasonable force. The Bermuda Regiment is trained in HADA, humanitarian assistance to the MACA, military assistance to the civil authority, and HADA, humanitarian and disaster relief. And so when the Bermuda Regiment soldiers, they have training overseas, locally, classifications in military aid to the civil authority. So it is unfortunate that anyone will suggest that Bermuda Regiment soldiers do not have the training to understand what reasonable force is. The next point, Mr. Speaker, under the offenses. Everyone understands the challenges that we have with reference to if you have a criminal offense and you get a conviction. Sometimes you are not able to travel. It has limitations when you have an employment. You can have that on your record. And for summary of conviction of this offense, of any offense under this act, you have the ability to put imprisonment for 6 months, a fine of $10,000, or a term of imprisonment up to 6 months or both. Now, whilst that seems very significant, my learned friend understands that a magistrate in the magistrate's court has levels of discretion. He has the ability to give an absolute discharge, a conditional discharge. He has the ability to give a fine up to $10,000. So the magistrate who is independent, cannot be given words or guidance by anyone else, a totally independent body. They have the ability from an absolute discharge, where it's nothing on your criminal record, where it's a conditional discharge, where you have to do something, and then the conviction does not appear on your record. They have the ability to give a fine, to suspend the sentence. There is a myriad of ways that a magistrate can do this, that is between a conditional discharge or absolute discharge right up to a period of imprisonment. So it is unfortunate to say or to lead the public to believe that people's lives will be destroyed by this. The main emphasis is to have people respect the legislation. The object of this is to keep people safe, to make sure that they're following the law. You have to have the ability to manage this. And that is why we made sure that the legislation had an offense provision in there. I do accept, and my learned friend is right, he will look at the opportunities to do on the fine, to reduce fines and have prescriptive fines to look this matter. But because that is something that we're looking at, that does not mean that this legislation is not right, precept upon precept, line upon line, dot upon dot. Everything in this legislation we believe is indeed perfect. I heard the words of the opposition leader, and he is right. I am touchy when it comes to this legislation. He is right that I am taking this personally, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we're taking this personally, because the Premier, the Minister of Health, and I, we get the calls with people wanting to leave the quarantine facility. We get the calls, Mr. Speaker, of when we get the number sitting in the room, learning that another person has died, or 3 more people have been found positive for COVID. This is a significant responsibility, Mr. Speaker. And he's right, we are touched. And we are doing this because we have been charged by the people with responsibility. And so when we have legislation, we have to make sure that the legislation is clear. But Mr. Speaker, it must have some carrot and it must have some stick. It must. If people do not follow the legislation, we must have the ability to hold them to account. We must have police officers or remuneration officers be able to go inside the business. Mr. Speaker, We believe that this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this was not.
Who else is going to speak on this?
We believe that if it wasn't an emergency, if we believe that it wasn't a national pandemic, we can do things a little different. Mr. Speaker, I had the benefit of having the shadow Minister of National Security in a couple of our EMO meetings, and it was a privilege to share this legislation with the people. Beforehand, I was able to get the thoughts of the shadow Attorney General. I was able to share those thoughts from the shadow Attorney General with the team. This has indeed been a collaborative process. Before this legislation, Mr. Speaker, was come out at one of the early stages. The shadow National Security Minister had the benefit of seeing this legislation. I know that the opposition leader has the ability to open. Mr. Speaker, your mic is on. Mr. Speaker, we have had the opportunity to share this legislation with the opposition prior to the legislation. I did see the comments from my learned friend, Shadow Attorney General. There's records when the legislation came out. And every time he understood that in Carlos' time, he actually things different. What it looked like when he things different is having the shadow minister in the room, allowing him to speak the legislation beforehand, allowing him to share that the shadow Attorney General beforehand, allowing the shadow Attorney General share his thoughts with us. That was done through this process. And I believe that we now have a document in emergency powers COVID-19 continuing precautions regulations that has the perfect balance of highlighting the need to protect this country, keeping in mind the times that we live in, the perfect melding of carrot and the perfect melding of stick, using the legislation, allowing clear guidelines, setting out what the phases are, clear guidelines, shopkeeping, clear guidelines of what will happen, what will not take place, shopping days, and grocery stores. We believe everything is clearly outlined, precept upon precept. It is an opportunity for us to now look at this legislation, ask ourselves a few questions. Does this legislation represent opportunity for us to protect this country? Keep the numbers of COVID-19 positives from building up? Does it allow us, is it fair? Does it have the opportunity for us to police this country and make sure that people are following the legislation? Does it keep people safe? I say, Mr. Speaker, it does all those things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Appreciate your comments. I'd like to call on Honourable Member Ben Smith is indicated here. Like to speak. Honourable Member Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start off by thanking the Honorable Minister of National Security for the opportunity to be on those EMO meetings. It gave us an opportunity for me to hear what is actually being discussed, how things are being formulated, and then having that opportunity to talk to our shadow cabinet and start to give some of the suggestions that we might have. Now, obviously what happened was that in that first phase, we were a little bit late to the table to be able to give suggestions, which is what caused a little bit of kind of the anxiety that's being discussed at the moment. But now that we have the ability to get the information, and we have also been given the invitation to submit kind of what we believe are good suggestions for what we're going to be doing in phase 2, I think it's going to be important that ability for us to give that information, that ability for us to give scrutiny and to give examples of things that maybe can be done a different way. These are suggestions that they can take or not take, but having that opportunity was really important. I'd like to thank the minister for that opportunity. But as we're going through this, and obviously even having that opportunity is something brand new. This is kind of uncharted territory, because I think it's important that everybody understands that
we are all trying to do what's best for the country. So different suggestions from different people are going to make the regulations better as we move forward, because as the Minister of National Security was showing there's lots of ideas that they're putting up on the wall, and as they're discussing them, they're going to have to formulate which one works and which one doesn't work. And we've already seen today that some of the regulations have had to be tinkered with since they were put forward, because once you actually deal with it on a day-to-day basis, you see what the challenges could be with certain regulations. So one of the things that I'd like to discuss is that obviously when people bring information forward, it's going to be based on their own personal bias. So the thing that is a priority for one person is not necessarily going to be the priority for somebody else. That is the reason why it's important to get as many kind of voices in the room to give information on how the phases can happen. Because the whole country has been going through this at the same time, and a lot of people are struggling, both employers and employees. Everybody's anxious to figure out whether their particular industry is going to be the one that gets an opportunity to reopen so that they can start to move forward. So if you're somebody who is the parent of a young child, getting education back in line and having the ability to send your child to school becomes a priority for you. Or if you're the owner of a barbershop or a salon, or someone in your family is, then that becomes the priority for you. And how do you get that industry back up and running? So it's a challenging balancing act that has to happen as you're going through these regulations. But one of the things that happens is, as a decision is made to allow one particular group to open, and understand that all of these decisions are being made so that you are keeping the population safe, at the same time you're slowly trying to get the economy back operating at a level that allows people to start to rebuild. But if you are one of the industries that hasn't had the opportunity to open yet in phase one, and you see that other people have been given that opportunity, you're going to scrutinize the different levels of opportunity that's been given to that person. So there's a couple of examples of that. So in the regulation, there's going to be restaurants allowing one person to go inside of the restaurant in order for them to pay and to pick up their order. And it seems like a minor position for that to happen. But if you're a retail store that was struggling prior to this pandemic taking over, every opportunity you have in order to service your customer is another way for you to continue to build your ability to continue your business. So when that retail owner is looking at that option that's being given to the restaurant industry, they look at it at a different set of eyes than the way the regulation was written at the time. There's also changes where when you look at the way things are written right now, there's no mention of the potential of, say, a nanny going into a house. Well, it's my understanding that nannies have been allowed to go back into houses, so they're actually interacting with children inside of a house. Well, if you're the owner of a small kind of nursery in your house where you're only having 3 people and you've gone through all the certification, you've done all those things, and you now see that this person is getting the option to go back to work into somebody else's house, that's actually putting a strain on you. That actually increases your anxiety, because you're looking at it saying, well, I'm not available until phase 3, and I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. So these are all the different angles that you have to look at when you're making the decisions on the regulations. Another example that I'll give is when you look at the initial regulations when it comes to opening golf courses, there were specific restrictions that were in place, and since the regulation has started, those restrictions have changed, because once you open up, you start to realize what actually is entailed to go through that. So as they're going through that, the changes would be that you have people that are now in golf carts. They have access to a golf cart. They have access to, there's pins. So now the ability for people to actually touch the same items is now there. Well, if you are in another industry and you're seeing that those options, that obviously when you're making the regulations, safety first, but some industry is being given the opportunity to kind of come back into working with modifications to how they're doing it, and there are other people that are probably looking and saying, well, I can do the same thing, and I know that I can do it probably at an even safer level. So as we're moving forward, those are some of the things that we're going to have to actually monitor on when you're making a decision on which group is going to open, and you're putting in place as best as we possibly can, because this is a moving target, how we can keep people safe as we're moving forward. But at the same time, understand that when we're giving opportunity to some groups and other groups are not getting that opportunity, and they're suffering because of the way the economy is being affected by the pandemic, that is what is going to create another level of anxiety. And those are where those questions are going to start to come from. And that is the piece that is going to increase the stress level that is happening with the minister and everybody else. And we're just asking these questions. We literally are in the position now that we're going to take in the suggestions, we're going to pass that information on to the ministry so that we can try to help to formulate regulations that are going to stand up as best as they possibly can. It's not possible for anybody to come up with the perfect one that's going to cover everybody, because everyone's going to have their own opinion on what is the best version. But where we are now is this opportunity for us to have open dialogue, to have attendance at the meetings, to be able to take that information and discuss, and then be able to give our feedback is an important one. And once again, I'd like to thank the minister for that opportunity. And we will continue to ask questions. We will continue to make suggestions. And we hope that those questions will be answered and that the suggestions will be taken up if they are suggestions that overall or believe that they are in the best interest of making the regulation better. Everybody needs to understand that at this point, we are all in this together, but we're all trying to do what's best for the citizens of Bermuda to keep them safe and to obviously get our economy moving again so that we can stop the amount of suffering that's obviously happening the longer that we're closed up. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Scott, Michael Scott, would you like to make your contribution now?
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to make a short contribution to the Emergency Powers COVID continuing precautions regulations. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, these continuing precautions reflect the premiers, and by extension the government's reasoned and thoughtful and planned phased reopening of the economy. I think that's the aim and gravamen of this continuing set of precautions. And I want to commend the Premier for inviting us to spend our time in the House today by providing feedback to him and to the government that will hasten the economy's reopening on a wider and wider basis. And so I do commend the Premier, who's in charge of these regulations, to doing so on a consultative basis, consulting first this House, consulting the public at large through us, and providing the feedback that will help to improve these regulations and get us to a point of the further reopening of this economy. Mr. Speaker, he does so in these these regulations do so by extending to weddings of 10 people, fishermen, and the noted exclusion because of the preservation or the value of oxygen the exclusion of scuba diving, the inclusion of money services and pet shops. Mr. Speaker, and to the Premier, if I could try and provide some feedback to you arising out of the regulations themselves that I've had the opportunity to read. Fishermen, of course, are part of the food providers in our country. What I'd like to know and ask the Premier to consider and his team to consider, licensed fishermen, of course, can go to sea or as well as commercial fishing. All fishermen crews require not just that licensed fisherman, Mr. Premier and Mr. Speaker, to go to sea, but they generally need a team, some helpers. And I've been trying to understand, and in fact, I'm fielding a query too from a constituent, whether it is permissible for the helper also to be part of the permitted grouping on that fishing vessel, or indeed later at the point of helping the licensed fishermen to purvey the fish that have been brought in. Can I say that local fish have become a new attractive source of nourishment in our country. It avoids people having to line up. It did avoid people having to line up, Mr. Speaker, in long lines at supermarkets. But it's a valuable contribution to our food security effort in the country. So that one question, I hope it's clear. Will the licensed fisherman permit that requires the permission of the Minister of National Security extend to his help or members of the household of that licensed fisherman? That is something for us to consider as making more clear in these regulations. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the permitted businesses that the opening of the economy is linked to, could I suggest to the Premier that there are, and I know that the Minister of Tourism and Transport may wish to speak to this as well, but can I suggest that we add to the permitted businesses cruise liners with crews that are wandering the seas and unable to find ports, being permitted to be at Bermuda docks within dockyard at a restricted shoreline basis only. And then as we continue to see the health profile improving, that there be business to business or business to cruise line at the dock considered. So that's a suggestion to the adding to the list of permitted businesses, or really this is permitted business activity, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's important for us to consider, Mr. Speaker, what are the greatest economic activity drivers in our economy. The Minister of Finance will know what these are. The Premier, the opposition leader. We all know what these are. I can't call them to mind right now, whether it's the spa facilities, but the activities that are the biggest economic drivers in our country, quite apart from the fact that international business and the financial sector are the classic ones. But I'm talking about in the local economy. Let us identify what these economic drivers are and consider, Mr. Premier, adding these to our list of permitted businesses as we move through your phases 2 through to 4. As an attorney and former attorney general, I believe that the House's time is better spent, notwithstanding the fact that the Honourable and Learned Member, Mr. Pearman, wishes to ensure that there is due process and that our constitutional freedoms aren't being impinged. Mr. Pearman should recognize that in emergencies in our Constitution, freedoms are always restricted in the name, this time, of preserving life and in the name of getting a hold of this contagion in a way that stops it from spreading. And our time is better spent responding directly to the Premier's call for feedback. I think we do all understand the points of due process and observance of human rights that the honourable member speaks to. But there is a focus these days now, as we are in phase one of COVID-19 reopening, of examining closer and closer and with greater skill and thoughtfulness the activities that we can bring online. And so, Mr. Premier, I'll give further thought to other activities and other contributions to providing feedback, but those represent the ones that I'm able to come up with in the short period I've had to examine these regulations. Good luck with them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, thank you for your contributions. I now have the opposition leader. Would you like to make your contribution at this point? Honourable member?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start off by saying thank you to the Premier for making this opportunity possible. And I would also like to start off by saying to our Minister of National Security, thank you very much for the inclusion of Shadow Minister of National Security, Ben Smith, for his inclusion and for the opportunity that we actually have right now in exercising the ability of bipartisanship, even throughout the regular session that we are having. It is true that this COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on Bermuda, and we are seeing the results of that in everyday living. I've mentioned before that it is causing us to question many things, primarily in a political sense, question our politics, our economics, and the likes. I'm extremely grateful, and I want to make sure that and ensure that the public, Bermuda, knows that the OBA is extremely grateful for the extension of a hand from the government to be more inclusive as we move forward through trying to find solutions to the challenges that we do have. I think what we are beginning to see, and what we are seeing already, I should say, is we're seeing desperation, we're seeing frustration, we're seeing our ministers and the opposition are seeking to help ease and allay many of the concerns and the fears that are out there. And on any typical day, you will find bipartisanship happening all across the board, where members from the opposition are speaking to the government. As we mature through this, we will recognize that we are simply, all of us, attempting to get to the point whereby we can get people back to work, and those who have not been working, we can find them jobs. Those people who are out there who are finding it difficult right now to feed themselves. The scenario for many is they'll ride through this. They have enough resources to extend and go a longer period. And many of those right now who don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, who are seeking and trying to find a means and a way feed their families, to go home without any fears, and to know that the government and the opposition is working equally on their behalf. A typical day can be seen very easily where we're calling and we're sending messages back and forth, WhatsApping and calling the Minister of National Security to say, listen, this is another situation that's come up. We have a family who's trying to get their child back to Bermuda, whatever the case may be, and they've been out there now for months and months and months. These are the situations that are going on. And so there's a imminent fear that people are not going to make it, that families are not going to make it through to the next day if we cannot not apply some help to them. And so as we see the regulations, this phase one that we are going through, and we're trying to understand how much more can we input. Unfortunately for us, as was mentioned by the Shadow Minister of National Security, Ben, we were not able to give some of our recommendations based on the regs that had already gone out. And we know that going forward, that we most likely will see the opportunity of that changing, where we will have the opportunity to speak to these things ahead of time so that we can make recommendations. I want to also say I appreciate the honorable member from 36 and some of the recommendations that he's making. But this is all cognizant of the fact that this is a very fluid situation and that we are all seeking out the opportunity to help. The more that we come together in seeking out these opportunities, the more people and the personal issues that they are going through can be helped. Mr. Speaker, there's some serious, dire challenges that are out there. And we recognize that the government is not going to have all the answers, which is why in a political atmosphere, we're looking for democracy to happen here, where we can also add to that conversation to lessen the number of loopholes that potentially could be there. Again, as I've said, we're already seeing where we're morphing and we're adding more things. For instance, as the 3 new guidelines that the Premier has put forward. That only comes about as we extend the conversation to the wider public, to the opposition, to ensure that we are meeting out the needs of our people. Now, I have some advice to the private sector. And I'm going to use an example of St. Regis, who I had the opportunity of looking at before phase one came about. They were already laying out a platform and a process by which they could adhere to social distancing and the health regime that the health minister has put out there to minimize as much as possible the potential of spreading COVID-19. We need more industries writing into the government, making suggestions about how they can map out their business, how they can conduct their business safely, securely, and with minimal impact on the citizens of Bermuda and their employees. So I'm appealing to the employers, whatever you can do, speak to your ministers, speak to the Premier, speak to those who are working with them, and find a way to give them solutions that will help you move forward in this process. Because this is fluid, I recognize we have these several phases that as we move forward, but it is going to take cooperation on behalf of the people of Bermuda and on behalf of the government and the opposition to continue to put forward ideas and solutions that will help us move through this troubling time. And so I recognize and I take heart to the fact when the minister says that, yes, they are taking it personal. And I just want to join in that and to say that we're all taking this personal. And I know that it will get frustrating at times because we are all doing many long hours. And I appreciate the fact that I have the opportunity to speak to the Premier, and he's very open about the number of hours and the long hours that he and his cabinet are putting in. And I want to also thank the public who is out there who are putting in long hours to assist. There are many people out there as I mentioned, I'm out and I deliver meals to those who are in need on a regular basis. And there's so many people doing so much right now, and the spirit of Bermuda is truly alive, where people are doing, they are caring, because this is personal. People's lives are at stake. People's health is at stake. And not just their economic health, but more importantly, their physical health. And when you start talking about how this is affecting families that are out there, it becomes extremely personal. And I know some of the emails and the text and the WhatsApps that the ministers are getting, because we are receiving them as well. They are extremely personal. Even throughout this session today, Mr. Speaker, I know that people have received many emails, questions, and WhatsApps about the personal situation that they are in. And so as we move through this fluid situation, I anticipate that we will get better at a new form of democracy. And when I say new form, a better way of this bipartisanship, but by in no means is anyone seeking out to get the better side of another. We simply just want to ensure that we are doing the best for this country, for our lovely island, and more importantly, for our people. This is tough times moving ahead, and we're going to need everyone working together with the government to help us through this situation. Extremely tough times coming ahead. We're seeing where the cruise ships are having challenges, and thank goodness I just saw where $2 billion was extended to one of the cruise lines. I believe it was Norwegian. But again, we face the challenge of having lost our cruise ship industry pretty much for this year. So what then do we supplement that with? And so again, I go back to the private enterprise, appealing to them. If they have suggestions and ideas, I know it may seem tough sometimes. Sometimes it feels like you're banging your head against the wall, but you need to keep banging so that you'll get the solutions forward. I'm appealing to my team to continue on as they have been, and seeking out to seek our ministers, our premier, to offer solutions and ideas. And again, I go back to the very beginning, as I said, I want to thank the premier for this opportunity right now that we have of being able to have the regs on the table, being able to discuss them in an open forum. And yes, we will get, we'll get excited at times. But by no means does that excitement mean that we are trying to embarrass anyone or trying to pull the wool over someone's head. This is all about, just like you, government, this is all about people of Bermuda. And so we move forward in this vein. We move forward in this measurement of being able to speak how we feel about things, but we may differ sometimes on approach, but we recognize that that is just a part of life. But that is no way, in any way, saying that we have not the interest of Bermudians in mind. The new guidelines, as we see, they make sense. I appreciate what the Premier has put forward. And I also, hopefully, believe that the Premier will appreciate the attempt that we have made in putting submissions forward, seeking clarity. And we got some clarity from our Minister of National Security on some of the issues. But these were concerns that were coming forward as we discussed them. And I appreciate the Minister of National Security allowing our Shadow Minister to share those regs with myself so that we could have a clear discussion about how we present some alternatives or some more light to the concerns that we did see. And let's move forward in the vein of bipartisanship to ensure that we get through this healthily, best we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Member, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague, the opposition leader, for his comments on this debate, and certainly I think it's been a worthwhile and hopefully productive debate on these regulations. And I certainly do appreciate the Shadow Attorney General's comments in regards to the regulations. They're valid points. Having said that, I think we should all understand and accept that if you sit on opposition benches, every debate is worthy. If you sit on government benches, at times you do not want to have debates, but in the back of your mind, you realize that it's important to have those debates. And this is one of these situations at this present time. You know, I think we all know, everyone who's been involved in the workings of government through their political career knows that the drafting of legislation and certainly the drafting of regulations are difficult and can be cumbersome at times. Not only do you have to get the full intention of what you desire to happen covered in those regulations or in a bill, but you also have to make sure that it's worded exactly right, so it reads right, it's interpreted right, and the law is carried out, or the regulations are carried out in the appropriate way. And as colleagues have said, all through this debate, and certainly in the debate generally today, we're in uncharted territory with this pandemic. And government has been relatively open in wanting to receive feedback from all sectors of the community. We heard a statement, not reflecting back earlier, Mr. Speaker, on ministerial statements, but we heard a statement from the Minister of Communications earlier about what they have done and the feedback that they're delighted to get. And so I would assume that it is especially important for a government to hear the feedback from their colleagues in the House of Assembly. And that's why these regulations are important to be tabled at the earliest convenience, so we can have this debate. Now, the opposition leader did reflect on submissions by the OBA as we move towards May 2nd on the easing of regulations. And obviously, we were pleased to be able to provide something to the government, but we were also pleased to see that the government seemed very open to receiving the information. And this set of regulations that we debate here today seemed to be a footprint that both political parties could stand in quite strongly as we move forward. They seem realistic. They seemed a good step for phase one, understanding that we still have a lot of work to be done. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor this debate that much longer, other than to give two questions to the Honorable Premier as he has an opportunity to wrap up, as you so graciously accepted that he can do, and then a final comment. So my two questions to the Honorable Minister. Regulations can be changed from time to time. They certainly can be changed while they are in place. And I was curious in regards to a previous set of regulations on why in midstream they were changed to allow fishermen to sell by the side of the road, where at the same time farmers were not allowed to sell by the side of the road. I've been asked this question by some of the local farmers. I know the government has been very open about their support for fishermen and farmers, and I just thought I'd seek clarity on that question. Pleased to see in these regulations, though, Mr. Speaker, both fishermen and farmers can sell in their typical way on the side of the road with some restrictions put in place, and I think that is helpful. We've been blessed, Mr. Speaker, at this time of year. The weather has been reasonable, and fishermen have been able to get out on the seas, and the lines have been tight quite often, so there seems to be a reasonable supply that they've been able to sell. I think that helps take some pressure off the grocery stores. Also, Mr. Speaker, this time of year in the springtime typically is the most bountiful time for our crop farmers. And so we've seen a reasonable abundance of many of the crops that can grow in Bermuda: broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, and corn starting to come online, with many other Bermuda crops. So I think we're blessed to have that at this time when we face this pandemic, and hopefully we can build on that to make it more sustainable. So I appreciate the Honorable Premier answering that question. The second question I have, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Premier. In the regulations that we debate here tonight, it says on page 7, the commencement and duration, says 22.2, these regulations shall cease to have effect at 6 a.m. on the 31st of May 2020. Can the Premier answer a couple of questions on this one item? What is the process of decision making to allow these regulations to be changed or allow us to come out of phase 1 on that date? And secondly, is it entirely possible that based on the framework of a decision making that the Honorable Premier and his colleagues have, that we could come out of phase 1 earlier than the 31st of May? So having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'll close by saying that all the regulations, all the enforcement that is put in place, all the infringement on our typical way of life, and the want by all of us in Bermuda to get back to a more normal way of life is only going to take place. Only going to take place.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Keynes?
Members inadvertently misleading the House. Fishermen are allowed to sell fish at the side of the road.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Dunkley, you here to comment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was almost finished, but I accept the point of order. But unless I misspoke, and I don't think I did, my question was to the Honorable Premier. I see in these regulations both farmers and fishermen can sell by the side of the road. But under previous regulations, fishermen were allowed and farmers were not. And I wanted to know why there was a difference at that point in time. Because government has clearly said, and we in the opposition support both our local fishermen and our farmers. So I wanted to know why there was a difference where fishermen could at one point and farmers couldn't at another point. I hope that brings the clarity. So, Mr. Speaker, just getting back, with all the regulations, all the enforcement, and all the infringement on normal ways of life for all of us here in Bermuda, it all comes down to us and our personal responsibility on how soon we can move to a better place. How soon we can move to a better place where we have more freedoms than we can exercise today. How soon we move to a better place where we have less worry about our senior citizens, our loved ones, and our vulnerable. How soon we can get a better place when people can get back to work in all sectors of our society and feel more comfortable in going home knowing they can pay their bills and relax. All of that, Mr. Speaker, comes down to our personal responsibility and practicing everything that the experts have told us about with this virus pandemic, that we need to social distance, we need to physical distance, we need to protect ourselves, and we need to protect other people by wearing face masks when we're out in public. Mr. Speaker, all the regulations, all the enforcement in the world will not do any good unless we take that personal responsibility. And I think that's the most important message that government has said all along, and we support it fully. Because if we do that, we will come out of this very difficult period of time much quicker and in much better shape. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? No other honorable member? Premier, would you like to close us out?
Sure, Mr. Speaker. Thank honorable members for their comments. Just a few things. I guess I'll just go in reverse order. I thank all members for certainly participating in this debate, and I thank the kind words of the opposition leader. We are learning to work together during this particular, I would say, this particular crisis, and I would say that the country is certainly better for this cooperation, as we can focus on doing the work of government and not focus as much on engaging in the back and forth of politics. Regarding the last question, which was asked by the former premier regarding the shelter-in-place regulations as they existed previously, on just to give history, the shelter-in-place regulations went into place on the 4th of April, I believe. There was the first amendment that was made on the 9th of April, and this allowed registered commercial farmers to do deliveries only or roadside sales by licensed fishermen. The next amendment that was done on the 19th of April allowed for roadside sales to be done for both fishermen and farmers. And clearly now we know that it's included as part, and they're not restricted in those hours. Before they were restricted from the hours of 7 to 9. Now I believe they may be unrestricted hours or a different time. I don't have, and so that's the answer to that particular question. For the honorable member for constituency number 10. Regarding questions which were asked earlier from the Shadow Attorney General and member for constituency number 22, there was a question about applying again for ministerial permission. I know that this was clarified by the Minister of National Security, but just so we're clear, that it is only for persons, this is only in curfew, since different classes of persons need different permission. So now we only have a nighttime curfew. And it's important to note that Schedule 1, Paragraph 11, for the avoidance of doubt, written permission granted in Paragraph 11, Schedule 1 of the old Emergency Powers Shelter-in-Place Regulation shall not be valid for the purposes of this paragraph. So the regs bring forward permission given to financial services, pet shops, laundromats under shelter-in-place regulations, but they do not bring forward the permissions for curfew. And that was specific in this, because before it was permissions for all day, and now this one was just permissions for curfew. So those matters were not carried forward, and they were required to apply again. Because as you recall, previously those permissions were given for people to move around during the day, and not everyone who had those permissions to move around during the day would need those same permissions to move around at night. Regarding the offenses and power of entry, I think that from this particular issue, that it authorizes the Section 3 of the Emergency Powers Act itself, which the regulations are made under, authorizes the entry and search of any premises and providing for the apprehension, trial, punishment of persons offending any regulations. And it's important to note that fines, which are penalties, are not the same as the imposition of taxation. And we should note and recognize that as is settled or is understood in law. I want to thank members for their participation. There were some points which were raised, which will certainly be taken under consideration. And just for members and also for the listening public to note, as I had said, the 3 amendments which we discussed regarding weddings, scuba diving, and also the opening of, money service businesses. The opening of money service businesses are gazetted and they are allowed. Weddings, of course, no one's going to have a wedding tomorrow, but I want members of the public to know that those have been enabled. The scuba diving ban is in effect at this point in time, and I'm sure the Minister of National Security and his team will relay that. The issue regarding money service businesses is just for any money service business that might be trying to open tomorrow. The laws and regulations are very clear that money service businesses can only open with the permission of the Minister of National Security. And the Minister of National Security will certainly communicate with the money service businesses regarding those. And I'm certain that by next week, Monday or Tuesday, some may be able to resume their trade. So with that, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable, let me just give one more question, which was asked by the member for constituency number 10 regarding the considerations that will go into place regarding when we may change these regulations to move into phase 2. Those are going to be on the basis of public health advice. And it's going to be regarding the community surveillance, whether or not we have a decreasing number of cases, our cases are static, what the load is inside the hospital, what we're seeing insofar as testing and screening inside the community to see whether or not we can actually move to phase 2. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm guessing that the minutes reflect the Honorable House has taken note, and I look forward to possibly tabling any further changes or amendments to these particular regulations at the next time that the House sits. And at that time, we should also have the amendments to the Emergency Powers and Statutory Instruments Act ready, so there cannot be any avoidance of doubt onto the parliamentary scrutiny which is required for these regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. And members and listening audience, that brings us to the end of the orders of today. I would like to call on the Minister of Finance to do his third reading on his on the National Pension Scheme Occupational Pension Amendment.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move that the bill entitled National Pension Scheme Occupational Pensions Amendment Act of 2020 be now read the third time by its title only.
Any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
It has been read by its title only the third time, and it is now passed. Mr. Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this honorable House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. on Friday, May 22nd.
Does any honorable member wish to speak up?
There's a few.
Mr. Speaker, Minister Burdine.
I think everyone's on mute. I didn't hear nothing.
I'm sure you heard me.
Minister of Education, is that you?
That is me, sir.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you your 20 minutes starting on the clock now. How's that?
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 weeks since was closed on May 24th in response to our island's COVID-19 pandemic. While the Department of Education had been on notice for weeks prior to that, nothing could have prepared us for the sudden transformation from in-class learning to a remote system that we're currently experiencing. This is a system that included nearly 5,000 students, 600 plus teachers, 10 preschool, 18 primary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 senior schools, and 2 special schools. It has been nothing short of a tremendous task to coordinate all the programs on a normal day. So to do it in such a short notice in the high level that it has been done is a testament to the commissioner, her team, our teachers, our students, and their parents. And to them, I say thank you. Mr. Speaker, the conversion from in-classroom teaching to a hybrid remote learning experience has not been without its bumps and lumps. Notwithstanding such issues as students and some of our teachers, more so our primary teachers, home conditions that were unknown at the time. Things such as lack of proper devices and lack of internet have provided to be barriers that needed to be overcome. Recognize the Department of Education launched surveys to get feedback from parents of their needs. We've also surveyed the teachers to determine their needs. Mr. Speaker, that is what's been going on in the system. Mr. Speaker, while that's been going on, our system of having school packets delivered to students via the postal service has been implemented. I applaud the efforts of our teachers for putting these packets together. I applaud our principals and their teams for going to the school to photocopy and prepare the packets for delivery. Of course, the postal workers who have been delivering the packets to our students. Mr. Speaker, we have used feedback from our surveys to refine our remote learning program. It has been necessary to take into account the challenges our people are facing. Parents are now balancing working from home with supervision of their children. Some teachers are also parents, and their challenges needed to be taken into account. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our remote learning strategy takes into account these varied situations and with different methods of teaching, such as face-to-face lessons, with Zoom, computer apps like ClassDojo, Seesaw, Google Classroom, Greenbox, RazKid, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, our remote learning does not depend solely on students to be online from 8:30 to 3:30. I think that's a really critical, important thing to mention. Because as we know, there are situations that we have students in the same household that may share a device. It is also critical to ensure that remote learning is a mixture of direct screen time as well as working on projects and lessons that do not require internet devices. I've often discussed with parents about developing usage schedules. If they have a device that must be shared between their children, they can then forward those schedules to their children's teachers to see how screen times can be scheduled around their home schedule.
those non-device dependent exercises that include choice project boards, project work, and also computer-aided instructional programs that can be worked on using scheduling between siblings, as I just talked about. Mr. Speaker, despite having these alternatives to having devices within their homes, we also recognize that our school system, our ways of learning, have to change from what we've always known. In fact, the previously announced school reform project has always included the movement from more remote learning opportunities for our students. COVID-19 has forced us to bring these plans forward. We are committed to doing what needs to be done. Remote learning is here to stay with us no matter when our school buildings are cleared to reopen. So we must prepare ourselves for the revolution that has been thrust upon us. Mr. Speaker, the response from the public to help out our students has been phenomenal. Private companies and the general public have come forward to offer devices or services for our students. I'm grateful for companies such as PwC, their donation of laptops for our teachers, the Bank of Bermuda Foundation, who has donated devices, as well as One Communication, who donated hotspots for households without internet access, including devices for students who do not have devices. While Bermuda can boast to having one of the highest internet penetrations in the world, COVID-19 has certainly shown us who has and who does not have adequate internet connection. We urge those parents and teachers who have not responded to our surveys to reach out. It is that data that will be used to determine who is of critical need and how those needs can be addressed. Mr. Speaker, while we're appreciative of this donation, it has become clear that if we move our system forward into the next era of remote learning, we need to accelerate our reform plans. This plan speaks to what devices are needed, what programming is needed, guidelines on how to move forward. Part of the development of remote learning, the team has responded and are working on developing a strategy moving forward and beyond COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, I am grateful to Bermuda-based Legal and General Reinsurance. We have partnered with the Department of Education to launch a Lighthouse Connect Fund to raise money to purchase laptops for public school students. Legal and General have already provided an initial contribution to the fund. The laptops will be procured in stages as funds are raised, and the distribution of laptops will be managed by the Mayor's Program in conjunction with the Department of Education. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this at this time as one, it was just announced last Friday during my press conference, and it's already collecting steam. And two, this initiative also prompted a notice that I received from an entity saying they wanted to collect data from schools and raise funds for a laptop. This entity was directed to the Lighthouse Connect initiative, but misunderstood that to mean that their support was not desired. This is not the case. In the past, Mr. Speaker, many of our students and our schools had things donated to them on an individual basis. While in the past this has been welcomed by our school, as I mentioned earlier, the mammoth task to coordinate the 36 campuses. In the past, this has resulted in donations not being suitable due to incompatibility with existing IT systems or supplies not being able to be used as they didn't align with the Department of Education's direction. As we look to reform our system, it only makes sense that these donations are done in a coordinated fashion. Mr. Speaker, anyone wishing to donate, reach out to the Lighthouse Connect project. They can be directed to our partner who are coordinating the Lighthouse Connect initiative. This way, you can be assured your donation will not only be beneficial to the system as a whole, but those who are in need will have those needs addressed. This way, you can donate, but be assured your donation will be used as you intended. That is to make sure public school students are benefiting. Mr. Speaker, I want the public to know that we are striving to ensure that we have a system that means that no student is disenfranchised due to their personal circumstance. We want to also ensure that all of our students are given an equal opportunity to succeed, and that means making sure we have the necessary tools to do so. While I would love to be able to place a device in every child's hands tomorrow, we must be realistic and work with what we have until we reach that noble goal. Mr. Speaker, it's not difficult for me to see a day when a laptop or a Chromebook is being checked out of a school for use the same way a student will check out a library book. It's not difficult to see all of our teachers with Department of Education issued devices, which are to be used to enhance their teaching offerings and used to create a new
concept of teaching opportunities for both them and their students. These are lofty, but these are attainable goals. Mr. Speaker, despite some of the complaints we do hear about our current remote learning, I'm very proud of what the Department of Education team, our teachers, and our students have accomplished in just this short time. COVID-19 has served to highlight that black eye of racial inequality that many of us like hidden in the closet when we look at who does have adequate devices for internet access. However, with that being recognized, we will continue our part, as education is the one area where we can start to level the playing field for our people. The one area we can start to merge the two Bermudas, chip away at the racial inequalities that have plagued our island for far too long. Mr. Speaker, we are still on our journey to reform our system in phase of middle school, but we are well on our way. COVID-19 has forced us to readjust our thinking. It has forced us to speed up some things and think outside the box. While some may see issues from COVID-19, we see opportunities. Opportunities to revamp our system. Have one that will be worthy of being envied worldwide, but one that will produce some of the finest graduates. Graduates that are educated to lead professionally and personally, contribute globally. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I got member Conklin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 21 years, I have served in Parliament, and I believe that my team, my party, and I do so with one goal in mind, and that is to ensure the better good for the people of Bermuda. And not only do I wish to be selfish enough to say my team, because I believe that every single member in this honorable house has that same goal in mind. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, when people criticize me personally, coming from the House of Assembly, my gut reaction is normally I really don't care, because I have a purpose, I have a goal, and it is my intention to fulfill that goal. Mr. Speaker, the last time that we met in the Honorable House, which was on the 16th of March of 2020, I was accused not by one, not by two, but three members of the government for calling people in Bermuda who are on the low spectrum of earning, to say that I call them low earth people. I was challenged by one member. It was supported by another member saying, yes, that's what she said, that's what I heard. And then at the end of the evening, yet a third member insisted, that's what you said. Why don't you just accept the fact that you misspoke? Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I am so appreciative of Hansard, because I had the opportunity to read, and I will refer members to page 3844 of the Hansard of the 16th of March, 2020. Mr. Speaker, on that page, in the lower right-hand quadrant of that page, if you will allow me to refer, Mr. Speaker, just very brief.
Yeah, briefly, yes.
As Mr. Speaker, this Payroll Tax Amendment Act 2020 reduces to writing the promise of the information that was given during the budget speech a few weeks ago, and it obviously serves to ensure that people on the lower end of the earning spectrum would be able to see some relief. That's exactly what was said, Mr. Speaker. It's what was captured in the Hansard. All of the subsequent criticisms that came from members of the government insisting that I call people low earth, they are not just offensive to me, Mr. Speaker, but the only way that I can have the opportunity to not just clear my reputation and my integrity is to refer to the written word. And it is in that regard I do so with this. Mr. Speaker, I have come from my entire life. I have come from a working environment. I have a profound respect, Mr. Speaker, for our workforce. You will never hear me. It is not in my DNA. It is not in my lexicon. and is never in my thought process to denigrate workers in this community. So when I'm accused of doing such, that is something that I take personally. Mr. Speaker, I don't expect for anybody to come back and say they, accused me incorrectly, because as I said, I expect nothing, and I've always been taught, blessed is he who expects nothing, for he shall never be disappointed. But I believe that when these comments make it to the public arena and people who know me well start to question, did you really say that? Then I have to defend that position. Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that if we want to speak truly and honestly about chipping away at the partisan divide, working together as members of the House of Assembly, both government and opposition, if that is our goal, Mr. Speaker, then we have to be honest with one another, and we have to show integrity when we speak in the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, you will know me from the time that I've been in House, you have also been there. And I can tell you that if ever I believe that I have misspoken, I am the first to correct it. If ever I offend someone, I'm the first to apologize, because my purpose and our purpose here is bigger than what people can say to criticize and to try to denigrate individuals. So it would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, to allow this opportunity to go by without not just correcting the record, but to say that the Hansard, page 3846, page 3844, on the 16th of March of 2020, would absolutely vindicate the position that I took that night and what I've been able to take publicly. The only other thing that I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that if I fast forward to page 3846, one of the comments I made, obviously out of complete frustration and mentioning words there that were perhaps unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, I would apologize for it, because I believe that to tell somebody that they are lying in Parliament is not acceptable. And I'm sorry, this is page 3847. It's not acceptable. And to anybody who was offended by those comments were offensive, and I withdraw them and I apologize for them. But at no point in time, Mr. Speaker, will I sit back and allow somebody to vilify and pillory me, and they're completely without foundation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I think it's Famous. Would you like to make a contribution? Honorable Member?
I would.
Okay, we'll take Honorable Member Simons then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just follow up with the Minister of Education's comments. In essence, he mentioned that, this has been a challenging time, and his team has basically stood up to the wicket and did what they had to do. And basically, we transitioned 5,000 students, 600 teachers from traditional learning styles to remote learning styles. And I'd like to applaud the students, the teachers, and the parents for this transition. It's a coordinated effort, and as he said, it was a coordinated challenge. But we've gotten there, like the other industries. We have it in the private sector, we have it in the health sector, we have it in many business sectors. And so it was great to see the transition also occur in education. The transition basically started, as according to the minister, with a survey to the parents, to the family members, to determine what they needed as far as support. And I know that the survey was extended so that we can get the responses. Obviously, some people responded and some of them haven't responded. And some of them weren't aware of the surveys because they didn't have the laptops or IT equipment to address the survey. But be that as may, the word got out and the department made an extended effort to determine the needs of parents and teachers. In regards to the training packages, I hear that the Minister of Education, that he put a number of packages in the mail, and some of them could be collected from the schools. I suggest that we consider engaging some of our taxi drivers who need work, who need business support. Engage them to deliver some of these packages to those parents and students that still don't have the support that they need from the training packages point of view. So just a suggestion, and I think the education would be benefiting from it. Our parents and students will benefit, and our taxi drivers will benefit from this business. I note that we have the Education 2020 2022 plan in place, and part of that plan was to transition from the traditional methods of learning to more remote learning styles and more remote learning modalities. Can, at some point in the future, the minister provide an update into where this, where we stand today with what we've achieved thus far in regards to what was planned for the remote learning in Education 2022. Mr. Chairman, the Speaker, also, the Minister of Education, also spoke about the reform plan that would help manage the transition to the new educational model. I would ask and invite the Minister to table the reform plan so the community can be aware of it and kept up to scratch in regards to where we go, how we will proceed, when we will proceed, and the type of timelines. Now, the issue of donations to our schools from the private sector and the charitable sector, I know, and the minister knows, that our business community and our philanthropic community are there to help our students and our parents. And he mentioned the Bank of America Foundation, PwC, One Communications. And there are many more out there that are willing and poised to help. He mentioned that we should coordinate those efforts to flow through Ms. Jackson at the Lighthouse Project so that the process can be better managed from a requirements perspective and a distribution perspective. And I don't disagree with that. But I would be a bit more proactive and go out into the community and say, listen, yes, we embrace your support, be it philanthropic or business community, and say, yes, we would welcome laptops and other IT equipment. But these are the types that we need. Define what we need so they can get what you need to ensure.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. The member is misleading the House.
We take the point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I specifically mentioned we have determined it needs to be a coordinated effort. We have asked anyone who wishes to donate to contact the Lighthouse Connect. They will be given the list of items that they can donate or how they can help to provide funding, help us to go and buy those things. That was already said, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member Simons?
Yes, I'm not disputing what he's just said. If he just listened to me, all I said was be proactive and say publicly, I know that the community is willing to help the student population in this country with resources from IT perspective, and this is what we need. And you can coordinate the delivery of the laptops and other IT equipment through Lighthouse Project and Ms. Jackson. I'm not disagreeing with the process that he has in place. All I'm suggesting is that we have a better communications campaign with the community. And instead of just waiting for them to come to us, we as a department can go on to them and say, yes, I'm quite aware that the community is prepared to help. And this is how you can help, and this is how you can get it. And then you can send it to our Lighthouse Project, Ms. Jackson, and she can coordinate everything for you. It's just extending the arm to the community instead of waiting for the community to come to us. That's all I'm saying. The other issue is, as you said, parents. We have working parents, single parents, and the students at home. And it is a stressful time because you have some single parents trying to do their children's help their children with the homework, and at the same time maintaining their job so they can have food on the table. And I've heard many parents, many single mothers, and many single fathers, like stress to the max and say, I cannot deal with this much longer. I need some support, or I need to get back to work because it's just too overwhelming and it's stressful. I know I'm working at home and I don't have any children around me at this point. And I can say unequivocally, I'm working harder at home than I work when I'm in the office. And so I can imagine, I just really can imagine what it's like for a single parent or a traditional family where the parents are home and the children are there learning and going through the lessons. It is not easy. Somehow, somewhere we should be able to provide parents with that support. I know this is not going to be an ongoing situation, but somehow we have to make the resources. I don't have the answer, but I know it's an issue that needs to be addressed. And so I'm raising it, and maybe somebody in government can take some advice and provide some type of support for our parents as a parent resource to help them get through this challenging time and balance their work life with the responsibility of dealing with their children and their homework at home during this period. Mr. Speaker, as I said, generally I have no objection with the minister's comments. I just wanted to add some value to his contribution and let the community know that we in the opposition hear you, you share your concerns, and we're going to try and find ways to better help you get through this time and also help you to better support your family members, especially our students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. I can now call on Mr. Famous. Are you at your mic now?
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
You sound like you're down in the East End law somewhere. You come to the West, you're always fun when you're in the West, you know.
Okay. Good evening, my fellow colleagues. How are you? Can you hear me good, Mr. Speaker?
Well, you're distant, but you're a little clearer than what you started.
All right, Mr. Speaker. All right, I'm going to be very brief tonight. I'm not even going to use 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, what if? Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was stopped by a gentleman, a well-known sportscaster. He said to me that his team only needed 6 more points. EPL means English Premier League. He went on to say, well, we only have 9 games left, and we only need 6 points. So numerically, the odds are we will get it. My reply to him was that, what if the EPL did not resume? Mr. Speaker, at that moment, well-known sportscaster, Mr. Ian Rollins, who said I can use his name, realized that sometimes what is totally unexpected actually can happen. Mr. Speaker, what if someone decided that they wanted to eat a bat for dinner? Now, us in the West, eating a bet unheard of. But for some people, this is what they do. What if that person got sick? And others around them?
Right?
Well,
I would put down in the East now, you know. You did say the folks in the West didn't need them.
Okay. I stand corrected. What if us on the Western Hemisphere do not eat bats?
Thank you for the clarity.
What if people around that person who ate a bat got sick and others around them got sick? What if so many people got sick that the authorities in their country had no idea what was going on? What if this mysterious disease started to make its way around the world? What if governments around the world had no idea what was going on? What if, in the abundance of caution, they decided they had to tell everyone to stay at home? What if they had to say, there is no more global travel? What if hotels became empty? What if taxis had no passengers? What if cruise ships were docked permanently? What if millions around the world became jobless? Mr. Speaker, lo and behold, what if cup match had to be canceled? What if? Mr. Speaker, if we were to run this by someone in January, they would think that we had a bit too much of that swizzle made by somebody who sits close by you. You see, none of what I spoke of right now is what if. These are now what is. You see, Mr. Speaker, we are no longer living in a what if situation. We are living in a what is situation. What it is that this government and the opposition has responded to the unknown. What it is that the essential workers of Bermuda did not miss a beat. They have risen to the finest hour. The grocery workers, the sanitation workers, the bus drivers, the police, the regiment, the people who are normally forgotten, have shown that they essentially kept Bermuda running. Mr. Speaker, not to be forgotten, that this house, your house, the house built partially by Honorable Stanley Lowe, Honorable Randolph Horton, the Honorable Ernest D. Kudu, did not miss a beat. You see, Mr. Speaker, we can debate the people's business while eating eggs and bacon and sitting in our blue and blue pajamas. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. We've adopted so much, Mr. Speaker, that the PLP and the OBA are actually working in unison, kinda, sorta, but more than before. You see, Mr. Speaker, as Bermudians, or Bermudians first before we're PLP and OBA. Mr. Speaker, as Bermudians, we will always have to adapt. We have to learn to share more now. We have to learn to spend less now. We have to learn to call more of our seniors. We have